Wait, did you want? I think that's the bottom of the thing.
Are you in?
Okay, good morning, everyone. We are live. We are streaming. We may begin.
Second.
4,
Are you on? Switch here. Just give me a second. Yeah.
Just please make sure your microphones are on.
You don't really, you never have. You share with.
Yeah. Much
Carlo, we need you.
got more bass.
Something's wrong with me. With her.
We're live.
Having some technical difficulties. Let's go to page view.
No. Yeah, well.
Go to view. Okay, let's go to let's go to edit down. Maybe. Yeah, it says edit down.
No. Oh.
I don't think you can edit it.
You know how the front row seats that were expensive at the concert?
And the other thing is that. We're live, right?
Um,
And there are 2 new cases and 1 case is missing. How is that possible?
there are 2 new cases.
What's going on? Wrong one? There's only 5 cases. Yeah, under 2 new cases? Only 2. I reviewed both, but only 1 show.
You want to see if you have earlier version saved?
I have 2. Are we on are these 2?
We are live, yes. Let's see if you have an earlier version. Let's see if you have an earlier version. And I also think if you hit edit document,
Maybe close it and reopen.
Yeah, we did do that. Can you just take a, take a break? Yeah.
Just make an announcement, Tom.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break. We have a little bit of a technical
we go.
difficulty. No. And I know I worked on it. Are we live? Sorry, looks like.
I'll-
you.
I'll-
Mic's on? Mic's on?
Yes, we're live, we're streaming.
Okay. Good morning. This is the New York City. Thank you for your patience. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public review session for July 25th, 2023. Please be reminded that there's no public testimony during the review session. We'll begin with the appeals calendar, continued hearing items, 2022-45A, 155 Skillman Street, Brooklyn.
All right, thank you again. Apologies for a little bit of a technical glitch on my end. The initial hearing on the application, subject application was held on May 8th, and the board had asked for clarification regarding failure to vest. The applicant has provided its response and stated the reasons for not being able to obtain the CO and also states that 100% of the foundation, the structure was completed prior to the change of the zoning regulations. There was an objection, there were several objections that were filed, and the original owner did not cure them to obtain the CO, and the new owner is in the process of curing those objections. And but since the area was rezoned, therefore could not obtain the certificate of occupancy. So there are about 22 objections that need to be resolved. And the applicant is stating that those are, I believe, in the works. It wasn't quite clear of the timeline, but and as I believe alt ones and forms were filed for each one of the violations. So I think overall, definitely the applicant seems to be responsive and wanting to correct the violations and move forward. So I'm satisfied with that question. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also satisfied. They clarified that 100% of the foundations were completed prior to the zoning change. And we also have the outstanding question of whether the substantial expenditures threshold was met. I believe in their submission, they met that. They are currently working on the 22 violations that are still ongoing, which includes the egress violation that we discussed a great deal in the last hearing. I believe they vested. I am satisfied with this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Are they violations? I thought they were objections.
Sorry,
So
you're right. There were
violations.
objections. No, you're right. There were objections, 22 objections that needed to be resolved. Mostly they were related to egress and additional information forms were filled out
They're
For
both
each
objections and
and
violations.
violations. Yeah,
I had no questions at the last hearing and still have no questions.
okay. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, do we need to make the announcement like yesterday regarding my remote participation?
Oh, sorry.
No, that was necessary just for the decision items.
Okay, thank you. So I take same position as you, Chair and Vice Chair, Commissioner Brown, and I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have nothing further. I'm satisfied with that.
Okay, thank you.
Zoning calendar, 2021-14 BZ, 2010 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island.
All right. We had one initial hearing and there have been several adjournments. The initial hearing on this application was held last year in October, on October 18th. Board had concerns about the site plan and traffic flow affecting Wheeler Avenue and noise impact. I'm not sure the response that has been provided responded to the comments that were raised by the board. At least I felt so, and I would like to hear from the other commissioners, especially with regards to traffic and noise and the internal vehicular circulation. First of all, I just want to point to everybody on the board is that the building length has been reduced and the building has been shifted a bit from the street widening line of Victory Boulevard. I found the trip gen analysis dated 2023/6/20 a bit confusing. Based on the total project generated vehicular trip during AM, it seems there will be 41 vehicles entering and 71 exiting from Victory Boulevard, and 45 vehicles entering and 8 exiting from Wheeler Avenue. Now, this begs the question of how the queuing plan within the subject site is being handled. And that the queuing will not result in any backup affecting Victory Boulevard traffic flow. The board had asked this question at the last hearing, and the applicant needs to review if there is adequate clear circulation within the site that will not obstruct the pedestrian and the parking movement, not only within the site, but also on Victory Boulevard. And what are the other operational ways is the applicant, the operator of this Starbucks is going to ensure that the circulation will flow effortlessly, seamlessly, without causing any backup within the site and not cause a spillover onto Victory Boulevard. At the last hearing, the applicant had stated that no more than 11 vehicles would queue up. The queuing overflow will move in front of the trash storage area. So that's why looking at the total project generated vehicular trip, I'm not sure how 41 vehicles entering during AM peak would be able to queue up from Victory Boulevard by the trash enclosure area. The proposed plan is showing 13 reservoir spaces. Now, this is contrary to what was stated at the last hearing, so I would like to know why it is being moved to 13. And also, if the access way from Wheeler is for both entry and exit to the subject site and the abutting commercial lot, wouldn't the proposed 13 reservoir spaces, the queuing would cause a backup of vehicles entering the two commercial sites on the zoning lot from Wheeler Avenue. I think at the last hearing, we had expressed concern about the Wheeler being both entry and exit. I do have to say the number of vehicles exiting onto Wheeler is not that many, but given the circulation flow and the inflow, more inflows than outflows to the zoning lot for both commercial establishments, I am still skeptical about it serving as an exit also. And my question was, does this require a DOT review, and is DOT reviewing that aspect? Based on the last email exchange between DOT and BSA staff, it seems DOT's comments regarding traffic study has not been responded to yet. Now, I was a little confused in the statement that has been provided, and I'm quoting this. It says the response letter that we got from the applicant, it says, these traffic improvements have been approved and accepted by the New York City Department of Transportation. However, we do not have official DOT sign off because the geometric of the roadway has changed. Therefore, the traffic study needs to be amended. So I would like to I would like a clarification if DOT has completed its review of the proposed geometric improvements at Victory and at the intersection of Wheeler. And also, wouldn't the roadway improvement and the traffic analysis that was conducted, was this, did that factor in this proposed geometric improvement? Or, so I'm trying to find the tie-in with all the statements. Also, wouldn't the roadway improvements have to be completed before the site can be developed? Because all the findings that we are reviewing are based on the proposed roadway improvements. And therefore, I would like to know what is the time frame for this roadway improvement, and is there a commitment? Who is responsible for making this improvement? Is it the city or is it the developer of the zoning lot? And I also would like the applicant to clarify if the traffic study dated 2023-6/20, is it in response to the changes that were made to the geometric of the roadway? Moving on to noise. The applicant states that the subject site is at a lower elevation than the abutting residential properties. Detailed elevation sections have been provided of the proposed fencing along the residential lot line abutting lot 15. And that would basically be a 6-foot high vinyl fence with sound attenuation mat installed on top of it, on top of a 6-foot high retaining wall that exists today, I believe. The retaining wall, of course, reduces in height to 3 foot as it starts moving towards Victory Boulevard because the ground slopes down along the abutting property. Now, the height of the fence from the residential site would be about 6 foot high plus 1 foot high of the retaining wall. So there is a significant grade difference from the residential building that is located on lot 15 and the subject site. I am having difficulty reading the BSA plan sheet number 3. Is it showing that up to 66 dBA sound would transmit from the menu board, which will reduce to 54 dBA with acoustical fence? Now, based on DEP's 11/19/2021 letter, noise impact at any receptors, including the property line, should not result in an absolute noise level exceeding 45 dBA. So, and based on the noise analysis of 2022 that was submitted and the submission date being 2/16/2022, Table 5, page 8 says that with the AVC on weekend, AM and midday peak, the noise level would be above 45 dBA, 16 feet from the menu board, which is more than 45 dBA that DEP was referring to. I think it was showing as 47 in one instant and a little bit more than that in another instant. So it is definitely more than 45 dBA. So I'm trying to understand these two, this table, DEP's letter, and what has been graphically shown on BSA plan sheet 3. Now, so I would like to know if DEP has reviewed it and has DEP accepted it. I would also like the applicant to provide a section of the treatment of the lot line, including the height of the retaining wall, landscaping abutting lot 82. That's another residential lot that is fronting on Wheeler Avenue, and that's where the queuing is happening. So any fencing proposed, I would like to know if there's any fencing that is proposed above the retaining wall, and what is the width of the landscaping along this section of the lot line, because it was not clear from the plan. Also on the plans, indicate the depth of the planting bed along both lot 15 and lot 82. The applicant was asked to provide a detailed landscaping plan at the last hearing, including the width, depth of the soil, curb along the landscaping, type of planting. It has not been provided with this submission. Also need to post signs along the residential lot line asking their customers to lower their volume that will be transmitted from the vehicles when they're waiting to be in the queuing area. Also, at the last hearing, board had asked about the location of the lighting, especially along the residential lot line. The revised plan did not respond to it. With regards to community board one's request regarding construction vehicle being parked on the zoning lot, I would like to know, I want to thank the applicant for clarifying what was community board's concern, but what I would like to know is will that be addressed by the applicant during construction, or is there an alternative if that's not possible? And of course, I would like to know the status of the DOT and DEP review and any sign-offs and such. So that's my lengthy comment on the 3 outstanding elements: landscaping, noise, and traffic.
Council has his hand up.
Yes, General Counsel.
Chase?
Hello, hi, thank you. Sorry, just getting all my docs together. So I just noticed that the applicant received an objection for the use here for the special permit under lot 4. And let me just share screen quickly. Let me try to do this, just bear with me. Lot 4 is also owned in connection with lot 1. However, let me just share the approved plans. Actually, lot 1 is currently developing a bank, which proposes to use the same ingress and egress as this lot 4 application here. So they're just raising this to the board with respect to maneuverability concerns and whether the approved plans, which then I'll share, should reflect the full use of the site. And it begs the question of whether the applicant should a revised objection under lots 1 and 4, given that we are permitting the use of drive-through through lot 1 as well. So
I
this-
believe, so this was a question that the board had asked at the initial hearing. And I believe the trip generation analysis that has been provided, and I was looking through it specifically to see which is going to be given to DOT. It does show that the Wheeler Avenue entrance, and it does show the trip generation count through that. And there are 2 analyses done, one for lot 4 and one for lot 1. So it did factor in the total number of trips entering and exiting from Wheeler Avenue for the different business establishments. And that is why I'm raising those questions. While the total number of exit to Wheeler Avenue from both of these businesses as projected is not very high, but the entry is quite high. But that can cause backup if we have a long queuing area. And I believe of all the Starbucks such facilities that has come before the board for drive-through, I believe DOT has asked for more than 10 reservoir spaces. I think we have seen 13 or so because their vehicles tend to be bigger nowadays. So they want to make sure there are at least space for 13 vehicles. Yes.
Just raising the question of whether, given the proposed lot line and the use, the drive-through use, the accessory drive-through, which we're permitting by special permit, exists both on lots 1 and 4, whether the applicant requires a revised objection.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. They have an easement on, I think that's how they're accessing lot 1. It's an easement agreement. So it's a legal question. I would prefer that there is, because that way our conditions apply to both. And that would be my suggestion. Yes.
Council has his hand up.
Yes,
Mr. Velez, Council Velez.
yes, Assistant Counsel.
Accidental.
Excellent.
Oh, accident.
Accident. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
We may not need it. We may not need it because it's by easement.
Can you speak up?
Oh, I was wondering, I was considering whether or not we would need that second objection because it is created by easement. But I think we can discuss that offline and
Well, I'm wondering if while they have an easement, if they own both lots 1 and 4, why you give yourself an easement to your own property.
we can ask the applicant.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Is it the same entity, exactly the same entity that owns both lots?
That's how it appears on Zola upon information. I believe.
That is my understanding. Sorry, yes, Vice Chair Shibata, please go ahead.
The only thing I'd like to add is that on July 10th, DOT sent a letter requesting further analysis on the weekday AM, weekday midday, and Saturday midday. But they also want to superimpose Saturday AM trip generation onto the midday background traffic volumes and operation. It's my understanding that the applicant was going to respond to this email before today. I have not received that response. Other than that, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So, just a few questions. If you look at the site plan, it says that, hold on. So I can refer to it. It shows that there's a sound attenuation blanket that's in the rear corner of the lot, sort of in the areas, surrounding the menu board, where the menu board would face. And that's to absorb the sound from the menu board, but I am wondering if they might be able to extend that sound attenuation blanket along the wall all the way out to Wheeler to kind of lessen the effects of any noise from the cars that are queuing, because there will be cars queuing. And so anything that they can do to reduce the negative effects on that homeowner that fronts on Wheeler would be appreciated, I'm sure. And another question as to the landscaping along that lot line, is it possible to widen that landscaping patch to put alternating arbor vitae so there is no free space that sound can penetrate along that lot line, and also the rear lot lines of the other home that abuts this lot? And then next question. The other question has to do with the queuing line. Everyone knows that Starbucks brings customers and long lines. There's nothing you can do to avoid the fact that people will come if you build it, so to speak. So my question is, what are the operational plans that Starbucks itself is going to put in place that will ensure the timely processing of that drive-through line, so that it does not spill out onto Wheeler or even Victory at times of high traffic? And so, for instance, an example which I've mentioned during another Starbucks hearing was perhaps employing a Chick-fil-A mobile ordering from an employee that's actually out on the reservoir line, working that reservoir line, getting those orders in even before the customers get to the menu board, so that this way they can just proceed, literally stop for the 15 seconds to scan their phone, pick up their drink and get out. And that'll just decrease the processing time for customers and hopefully work that line down so it doesn't extend out onto Wheeler at all.
I thought that Starbucks had like a mobile ordering app already.
They do, but you know, if you are my age or older, you're often hesitant to sit there on the drive-through and mobile order when you could just wait and go and speak to a live person. We love live people. So it'd be great if, like with Chick-fil-A, because Chick-fil-A also
Yep,
has
Chick-fil-A
mobile
does.
ordering, if there is a live person out there during their busy times that'll basically come up to the window. Hello, you know what you want? Hi, I think I want a coffee. I think I wanted this. Okay, and they put it through for you. You scan your phone, and then literally all you're doing is pulling up to the drive-thru, and it's waiting because they've had all that extra time to process.
Wouldn't that then require two lanes? There would be one lane that where you place the order and all you're doing is picking it up. And there would be a need for another lane, which is going to wait by the menu board, place the order, and then keep moving.
Actually, Starbucks doesn't have that, which is really interesting. Starbucks, for its mobile ordering, if you mobile order ahead of time and you don't want to run to the door to pick up, you have to wait on that exact same line that goes to the menu board to pick up your drink if you're not going to get out of your vehicle. So it is their operational plan that everybody goes on one line to that window, the drive-through window, to pick up the drink, whether you ordered it 5 minutes before you got to the site or whether you're waiting and plodding along and putting your order in through the menu board. The only way that they take customers out of order is if you park your car and run over to their order window, which is usually a separate window from the drive-through window,
I see.
and then pick it up there. But a lot of us are lazy, don't want to get out of the car. We're just going to snake along the line. So if they could figure out different operational plans to process those sluggish people as fast as possible, that would be benefiting the community.
Okay. There's a second question. You had three comments. One was on the building on fronting on Wheeler. I missed the second part.
Oh, it was on Well, the first one was whether or not they could extend the sound attenuation blanket
Mhm.
sealer. The second one was, could they widen the landscaping strip so that
Mhm.
they can have kind of alternating arbor vitae, which would appear to not have a break of space in between, because the break of space would be taken by the third arbor vitae. We've seen that. in
Right.
a few
We
of
have
our
seen that.
synagogues.
And I would suggest not just along that Wheeler, it should be also along that portion of the other residential building where you have a lot of depth, and the amount of landscaping that's proposed, it seems bare minimum.
Yeah.
So that alternating kind of arbor vitae should be carried along the two residential buildings that is fronting along the queuing area.
Mhm,
That would be my,
definitely.
yeah, good suggestions. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to be repetitive, but regarding the sound attenuation, I'll focus on that. At the end of the day, I believe with some extension, like Commissioner Brown indicated, with some extension for the acoustical fencing protection, the sound propagation to the adjacent property most likely will be okay. But I hate to like combine different things in one drawing, and especially with the CAD. Nowadays, you can copy the same drawing to 1,001 without in a click. So I would urge them to please separate the sound propagation and the sound study from the site plan. So you can call that drawing that's currently submitted proposed site plan, and then prepare a sound plan that is submitted independently. And on that plan, show the circles, show the propagation, and show the extent of the acoustical fencing as it's gonna be installed. Because right now it says this area will be protected. And if you look at the area, I'm not sure whether it's the two legs, the perpendicular legs, the upright, the up down, or the right left, both of them, or it's gonna be just from the intersection of the outermost circle with these two legs. It's not clear for me.
Yeah.
So I would urge them to separate the sound study on a different plan, show the extent of the fence, and provide us with some sections. Yes, I see some sections on BSA 5 or 4, I'm sorry, but one of them I can see the identification, section 1E. I can see the identification on a like the cutout of the site plan on the same drawing where it says menu board location detail. But if you go up on the sound plan or the site plan, you can see the identification of that section, nor you can see the identification for the other section, section 1F. So I believe with some like reconfiguration of the drawings and providing some sectional details for the sound propagation, I believe they're gonna be okay at the end of the day, but they need to work on that. And I have nothing further to add on the other items.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I'm not gonna be repetitive. I agree with basically all the comments that have been made, and I think it would be great to hear maybe from Ms. Banky, because the last thing we did see was from July 10th from DOT, and what the current status is with noise and transportation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Yoon, can you turn the mic towards you? It's a little quiet.
Can you?
Do I have to repeat that?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay. I don't want to be repetitive, but I would like to hear from Ms. Banky about the status of noise and transportation.
She said that.
Thanks. I was going to give an update, yes. Okay, in terms of transportation, yes, they are working on responding to DOT's, actually it was an October letter, and because they needed guidance from DOT, which they got in the July email. So they're working on that. They can give an update on exactly where they're at responding and how it affects and is related to the plan geometric changes. I believe they had to look at the analysis in terms of the new plan, but I don't I think that's what they're working on. They could confirm. And DEP, I do want to give a little background. When we first got this application, we did send it to DEP for noise. However, over the course of the hearing and our looking at drive-throughs and working with internally and with DEP, they have not seen the latest noise study because it was under our impression that the board was going to look at these types of studies right now and decide if the DEP review is necessary. So please let me know if this is one you would like to continue, or based on the comments of the board, if they could address the board's comments.
Okay, yes, thank you for that reminder. I think that would be based on what we gather from the applicant today. And thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Any other questions or comments? If not, we can move to the next case. Thank you.
2022-32 BZ 474 Oakdale Street, Staten Island.
Okay. This is a variance application, and the last hearing on this application was heard on May 23rd. The board had asked for some clarification regarding the rear yard and front yard of the study area, and the applicant has provided its response to these comments. The board had asked for a front and a rear yard depth study. As recommended, the applicant has provided an axionometric representation of the front and the rear yard depths. And I really found the axionometric study very helpful, and it clarified the questions that I had that were raised. And I again want to affirm from the last hearing that the placement of the building is limited by the depth of the site. And it results, while it does result in a reduction of the required front yard depth, I think the fact that the street is going to be widened along that frontage would be a better outcome for this site, and the placement of the building would also be a better outcome for its abutting building. And given that it's towards the end of the block, it kind of is like a bookend in some ways. So I felt that it's not going to be very much out of the context. So I was satisfied with the submission, and I would like to hear more from the other commissioners. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. I found the submission responsive and helpful. I have no further questions.
Okay. Do you believe it met the findings?
I do believe it meets the findings.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments on this, and I believe it met the findings.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application, as I do believe they met the findings.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I did go to the site, and I agree with you and the feeling that it will be a benefit to the community once the street is widened and the project is improved. I have nothing further. I'm satisfied.
You're fine with this?
Yes.
It meets the findings, therefore. Okay,
Yes.
all right. Okay, thank you.
New cases, 2023-08 BZ 68 South First Street, Brooklyn.
All right. We received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Community Board has voted to approve this project. We also received a letter of support. This is an application pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 for bulk variance to allow a 4-story single-family home at the subject site. It's an interior, it's a it's an in corner lot. It's within 100 feet of 2 street intersections, and the applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR. However, when I looked at the DOB objection sheet, it cites zoning resolution section 34-10. Keep in mind that this is a zoning district that is entirely R6. So zoning resolutions section 34-10, it is for commercial districts. So there isn't any commercial overlay either. So I just want to know if this is a mistake. And also, why is zoning resolution section 23-14 mentioned when it is applicable to R1 to R5 zoning districts and the site is R6? So I was a bit confused as to why those additional zoning districts were thrown in there.
Chair,
Yes, Vice
I
Chair
believe we
Shivani.
have, I believe there was a new,
So I think the correction was, the bin number has been added. I believe the new objection sheet has the bin number, which the previous one did not.
I see.
That is my understanding. But the three zoning sections that's been listed are the same.
2314,
Yeah.
23.
3410, 2314, and the FAR waiver should be 2315.
153.
Sorry, 153, right. So, the neighborhood character study needs to be consistent. I'm jumping to it for a reason. It needs to be consistent in applying the corner lot rule regarding FAR. It is 3 FAR within 100 feet of a wide street. Because for the building, for building height, narrow street is being applied. And also Wythe Avenue is 60-foot wide, so it is not a wide street. So it, and for it to be a wide street, it needs to be minimum to 75 feet wide. So a 2.2 FAR is what is applicable, which is what has been used, but the information has been used differently in the neighborhood character study than in this zoning resolution chart and in the statement of facts. So they all need to be pulled together and needs to be consistent. The site is a vacant lot. It is a narrow and a shallow lot. It is 25 foot wide and it is 39 foot deep. Historically, the site had a 3-story building which was torn down. And it has been under city ownership for a while. It was under city ownership for a while. So the applicant is proposing a 1-family dwelling unit up to 3.7 FAR. As I mentioned, the permitted FAR is 2.2. And as I mentioned, the statement of fact, the zoning chart and the chart that is on the plan incorrectly states the total proposed building height as 49.5 feet. When I calculated it, the base height is 45 feet. Up to the height of the bulkhead, it's 13 foot 10 inches. So which means the total building height is 59. So it is above the maximum permitted base height. And the floor plate that is proposed is 38 foot by 19 foot. It's a full lot coverage building. So basically this would be a 1-family home with a cellar, a garage on the first floor, which is not required, but the applicant is proposing to provide it. And then locate the second floor, living room, dining room, and kitchen on the second floor with the mezzanine above, and the third and the floor would be residential. I looked at the plan and I was thinking, well, why do if the garage is not needed, why not locate it, remove it and provide the living room and kitchen on the ground floor. The problem with that is you really don't have any windows in the rear because it is built to the lot line. So, and anyway, and garage, your garage gets deducted from floor area. So it's not like it is using up the floor area. So it doesn't free up any floor area per se. So, so therefore I really felt keeping the parking there was not going to give us any floor area or anything, since it's anyway deductible. I do have some thoughts. And before I get into that, there are a couple of clarification and cleaning up in terms of the numbers that needs to be done. Drawing sheets 001, 002 show 4th floor consisting of 840 square foot, which is different from the statement of fact on page 4. Now, the other question when I looked at the as of right plan is, Why is the deduction for the garage in the as of right and the proposed not the same? Because in the as of right, I believe the deduction for the garage is 385 square feet. And the deduction for the garage in the proposed is 409 square feet. And it says it's for 2-car, but this, in terms of the dimensions, it seemed the same. So I just wanted that clarification, and it should be consistent. What is the purpose for the mezzanine floor? I do not see the justification for the mezzanine floor, though granted the mezzanine floor is about 215 square feet. Also, the plan did not provide the roof plan. The applicant needs to provide the roof plan for the proposed and the as of right and ensure that it complies with zoning resolution section 23-62, which is permitted obstructions. Because I don't think the elevator and the stair bulkhead comply with section G of 23-62. And the applicant would need to revise the DOB objection if it's not meeting the requirement. And if it is proposing to retain it, then it needs to also justify the need for the variance for these obstructions on the roof. With regards to moving on to the findings of 7221 uniqueness, this is a vacant land. It's small and a shallow lot, and the charts have been provided. The only thing I would say, when the analysis, while I do feel it meets, it is one of those sites where we do consider to be absolutely the target site for uniqueness and a hardship site. The data, the way it was provided, needs a couple of information to affirm that it is specifically unique, and there are probably a few such sites. Need to include the zoning district and the permitted floor area to compare apples to apples, because the sheet shows all the various small lots and the shallow lots that are located within the study area. But it's not clear which one of these are in the R6, which one is in the MX district, which one is the manufacturing. So the table should provide the zoning district and the permitted floor area to be consistent. And the same goes for the charts that have been included in the statement of facts. Based on the radius map, there seems to be, so I just looked at the radius map and did my own analysis. So based on the radius map, there seems to be 5 shallow lots within the study area. And of those, the subject site and another site are the 2 vacant sites. And the site has unique physical condition, as I mentioned, and all I want is the statement of fact and the charts to be clarified with those 2 added information. Financial analysis is not required. With regards to the neighborhood character, the neighborhood character study has been provided where the analysis focuses on the floor area, FAR, and building height. I agree with the applicant that the floor area is the appropriate representation of the built character of the neighborhood. It would have been helpful if the study showed the built floor area of lots 25 and less in the width, 25 foot and less in width, and lots less than 1,700 square foot in lot area. The proposed floor area study indicates that most of the residential development have floor area less than 3,000 square feet. So I would like the applicant to justify why the proposed narrow and the shallow depth needs a floor area of 3,167 square foot. With regards to self-created hardship, a chart has been provided that shows that the subject site has been owned by the city since 1961 till 1997. And after that, it was sold to an entity, and there is common ownership with lots 8, 9. No, there is no common ownership, I'm sorry, between lots 8, 9, 10, 12, since prior to 1961. Though historic Sanborn shows that from 1947, the subject site was merged with lot 9. So I think that was more of a graphical error on the Sanborn map, and it shows throughout. So I just would like the applicant to clarify that. With regards to minimum, given the lot size and the shallow depth, the ask for an increase in FAR is reasonable, but I'm yet not convinced of the proposed floor area and and FAR. The need for the net mezzanine, I would need a justification. And there are two terraces with the mezzanine there. One would be an enclosed terrace on the mezzanine level and another one on the roof. And I do not see the need for the mezzanine, then the elimination of the mezzanine can bring the floor area down. Alternatively, locate the office where the terrace is on the mezzanine and eliminate the rear portion of the third and the fourth floor. And maybe that way you can provide double height enclosed roof terrace on the third and open terrace on the roof. Provided it meets the definition of 1210 floor area, definition number 10. And also the applicant needs to provide an analysis of the rooftop. So those are my lengthy comments. Sorry, it's a simple project, but when I started scrutinizing it, I found gaps in the analysis. And I do believe the application merits a variance, the question of the extent of it. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. So I do believe that the applicant should respond to your comments, but I did find, I'm convinced that this is a unique site due to its small, shallow nature. I believe that the character of the neighborhood character wouldn't be offended by the site, as the building height and I guess typology would be is similar to the surrounding buildings in the neighborhood. So I wasn't so concerned with the neighborhood character, but I do agree that many of the comments you may do need to be addressed. I was having trouble. I think there was a little inconsistency as to when the original building was demolished, and I'd like them to clarify that. If it was while it was during the time of the city, when the city owned the property, that would relieve me of any possibility of a self-created hardship. But because when the city owns it, it kind of cuts the line. As a totality, I don't think this is a tremendous ask. But again, I think that the applicant should certainly respond to some of many of the comments that you made with regard to the need for a mezzanine and 2 terraces. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I like the two of you, think that this project is worthy of a variance. However, my issue really deals with the e-finding and whether or not
I can't hear you.
Ms. Banks, can you please mute?
whether or not the
Commissioner Otley Brown, could you just speak more clearly into your mic or more closely into your mic?
Okay, so I agree with the chair and the vice chair that this property is deserving of a variance, but my question really has to do with the e-finding and whether or not the grant of floor area in this case actually puts it at an advantage relative to all the other sites in the neighborhood. I appreciated the character finding in kind of setting the description of the neighborhood, the bulk, the uses, and that was very helpful. But I do notice that while the floor areas do range from 1.0 to 6.03 in the study area of the, I think it's 400 foot radius.
Mhm.
The majority of the homes here or buildings are in FAR 2.0 to 3.75 range, and that puts this near the high side of that range. So in order for me to feel that the grant of a 3.77 FAR is appropriate here, I need some more information about the buildings that are at the high end of the FAR range. Are they on larger lots? I think they need to make the case better that this is appropriate for this very small lot.
Mhm. Well, I think that's why I was looking at the floor area rather than the FAR, because I've often noted, I mean, you naturally, if you have a smaller site and you're trying to provide, let's say, you have a typical permitted zoning lot that is 1,700 square foot, and the permitted floor area would allow you to go to 2,000 square foot. A 2,000 square foot on a shallow lot will result in a higher FAR. So that's why I was trying to compare the floor areas as a way to see, are they even close to the built floor areas on the lots that are not so, that are typical lots. And in this case, it is way over, as you pointed out. I mean, typically you're seeing in the range of 2,002s and so, and this is 3,000 plus. So I think we are saying the same thing and
Yeah.
approaching it from different way, and that is my only question I have on this. That's why I'm picking on the mezzanine and two sets of terraces and other things. And that's why I was looking at the garage to see if we took the garage away, will it give any benefit? Not really, does not, because it's deducted from the floor area. But maybe the applicant can speak to that. We are not going to design their building.
Right.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I do believe that the site meets the findings. The only finding that I'm a bit concerned about is the minimum variance finding. We want to make sure that, like Commissioner Brown indicated, that this site is not privileged over other sites in the area by granting a variance. So I would like to wait and see the response and how they're gonna reiterate their point, and then I can take it from there. But I do believe that the site deserve a variance. The only issue for me is the size.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with everyone else that it deserves a variance. I have also concerns about the E finding as well as the C finding. I was a bit more skeptical that it actually is just like its neighbors, or part of the context being that it is a little bit higher and a little bit denser than a lot of its counterparts on the same block. So I think basically have the same kind of sensibility that everyone else does, and would like to hear more about why it needs to be over 3,000 square feet. Nothing further from me.
Great. Thank you.
Twenty 10BZ, 2213 East 14th Street, Brooklyn.
All right, this is also a variance application. We received proof of initial filing and a hearing notice. Community board has voted to approve this project. As I mentioned, it's an application for a variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to waive the yard regulations to enlarge an existing one-family, two-story home, one family to a two-story home at the subject site. So the applicant is requesting a waiver of side yards and 2 front yards. I think this is a corner lot. So as we know, zoning resolution requires 2 front yards for corner lots and 1 side yard and 1 very wide, 20-foot wide side yard along the rear lot line. The site is currently boarded up, and it appears that this site was developed with a bungalow. There are some series of bungalows along this frontage of 14th Street. And it appears from the photos that I saw that has been submitted by the applicant and also the Google Street View that the bungalow is not there, but the building is boarded up. So my threshold question is there an existing building at the site? If there is an existing building on the site, why was not zoning resolution section 73-622 considered for the enlargement, since the site is located in Commuter District 15, Brooklyn, where 73-622 is applicable? BIS shows that there is a stop work order for the construction for it being contrary to the plan. So based on complaint number 3511627 from 2017, which per statement of fact is still in effect, it says insufficient detail on first floor plan for joist connection. Existing walls are still in place. However, first floor plan shows that these walls are to be relocated. So there are all 2 and all 3 applications also that were filed. The applicant needs to confirm if the building is existing or has been torn down, and need to provide interior photos and a new site survey. So that leads me to the next question is if the existing building has been torn down, it's not a enlargement of an existing building, therefore it's a new construction. So the whole statement of fact needs to be revised. And that would mean the way the uniqueness and all the findings that's been analyzed needs to be revised. And I would like the applicant to submit the approved DOB plan for the enlargement. I see hands up of
General counsel and.
General
project
counsel
manager.
and project manager, Ms. Prenga. Who raised their hand first? I did not.
I think it was general counsel.
Okay, general counsel, you go first.
Hi, just in response to a few questions, I'm just gonna share screen share with our satellite software from March showing that in connection with those stop work orders, which say that there are no plans on file for the first floor joists, you can actually see into the cellar of this property. There are walls, but there is no first floor. As you mentioned, the way whether this is an existing building or not, I just want to raise to the board implicates not only the A and the E finding, but also what as of right potential this project had. The board knows under 73-622, given that the chair stated this is in community district 15, 73-622 special permits would have allowed the owner of this property to maintain their existing non-compliant conditions. Given what we've seen and heard so far, those existing non-compliant conditions may no longer be existing, which affects any as of right plan that the applicant may be able to demonstrate. However, the applicant did have as of right potentials under 73-622 to enlarge this property, which the board should be aware of. Thank you.
Well, I wouldn't call 73-622 an as of right. It's still a special, it's.
They had zoning controls that allow the enlargement of this home while maintaining existing non-compliant conditions,
Yes, through the 73-6.
which is a lesser variance.
Yes, okay. So,
Ms. Pringle?
yes, Ms. Prenga, sorry. Go ahead. Ms. Prenga?
Can't hear you, Jella.
Oh, she's muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
I wanted to add that the applicant submitted a letter and a new survey indicating that the foundation and 2 walls remain on the site
That's submitted, Ms. Beckman?
on Friday.
okay. I did not have the chance to review that document. I will try to review that during break.
The survey is from 2019. That's what it appears, the date.
Okay. Well, that actually makes the situation even more complicated. You retain the foundation, but you take down the first floor. Does DOB then consider that to be an existing building?
I mean, as an old instead of a newbie.
Yeah.
I don't know,
I
are
don't know.
2 of the walls opposing? I don't know if that counts as retaining floor area.
Well, there's a percentage in.
But
isn't there a percentage
foundation-
population?
I mean, it's in the basement,
The 2 walls, I thought the 2 walls are above ground and the foundation.
but it might be because of the high flood zone, you may have to raise the building, so it would be
Mhm.
counted as a cellar and therefore not count towards floor area.
Yeah, but
I'd just like to remind the board that the zoning resolution defines what is a building. And given that this is not occupiable, it's not a building for any use, so it doesn't appear to be an existing building.
It's also not in a flood zone.
Oh, it's not in a flood zone, so then that foundation and the first floor is then part of the first floor building. That's what the applicant then would need to clarify.
If it's helpful, I did go to this site and took photos inside. I can share them. I don't want to go out of turn, but I can just show what I
Please
saw.
do.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful.
So there's a construction fence when it catches up. A little bit of a delay. So looking through one of the little holes, you can see the siding, you can see the walls are up, but it's quite overgrown.
This is the existing wall.
This is the existing
Yeah,
wall.
because the bungalow had this siding.
And then from the back, I went up this little driveway from the adjacent property and you can see some CMU kind of partial wall.
Can you zoom in?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was hard to make out just how much was left as it's quite overgrown, but because I was very curious about whether the building existed also, so I made way down to.
So it seems a good portion of the first floor walls are still remaining, but I do, and Commissioner Yoon, thank you for sharing, going to the site and taking these photos. I think this is exactly what the applicant should have provided. I think these questions were raised by our project manager as part of the submission, initial submission, so this should have been submitted.
Commissioner Yoon, were these put into the record?
Yes,
No,
could you please put this into
I
the
can
record?
put them into the record.
And I just want to add to that, from upon information and belief, while the first floor walls might exist, I do not believe the first floor itself, the first floor joists exist, and the property is open to the foundation, cellar, basement, whatever slab.
Right.
Given the satellite photos and the details of the stop work order.
Yes, but this is a bungalow and I mean, any construction of the second floor on top of it would affect the existing joist significantly because you're you have to put the bearing walls and other things in a way that would require shifting. So my concern was more than does the existing wall remain? And it seems it does, and so is the foundation. If the entire thing was taken down, then the question becomes, why are we still maintaining that footprint, existing footprint? This thing, here it seems the existing structure still is there, so it's an extension of that existing structure and working around it. But the applicant needs to, we shouldn't be here guessing or answering for the applicant. It's really for the applicant to answer all these questions. So as I was reviewing it without seeing Commissioner Yoon's photos, the way I approached it is, this is a site, which is a corner site. It has a 25-foot frontage and a 100-foot frontage. And we do see corner lots, especially on a narrower side of the lots, where the two front yards and the side yard requirements results in a building footprint. If you were to build it as of right, would result in a building footprint that would be quite narrow. And I think I did this is 25. So if you take 10 foot and a 5 foot, that takes away 15 foot from a 25-foot wide lot. So you are left with another 10 foot wide floor plate, which we have, this board pretty uniformly has stated that a 10-foot wide floor plate is not a habitable floor plate and does not lend itself a proper layout of a home that it would need. So I was approaching the hardship, the uniqueness and the hardship from that point of view without seeing what Commissioner Yoon had shared with us. So from that point of view, I felt it met the uniqueness part of it. And there was, because of this narrow frontage and the requirements of the zoning would result in, whether it was a vacant site or whether the building was fully, completely torn down, that's how I would have approached it. The analysis now changes slightly. You have an existing building that has, that seems to have a, well, it wasn't quite clear from the photo where the building is sitting, but I think from the previous photo, it seems the building did not have a front yard on 14, but it did have somewhat of a front yard on Avenue. I forget what is the name of that avenue. Avenue V. That's kind of what it seemed like from the photos, site photos. So that's why I also want to know the complaint that was raised is it seems that the wall has been relocated. That is one question I want to understand. Which wall has been relocated? And the photos that we are seeing, is it the photo of the relocated wall? And if it is a photo of the relocated wall, we are back to square one with regards to my uniqueness study, is that we have to treat this site then as a completely empty site with a new construction, not because if the wall has shifted, that means your foundation, everything has shifted. Treat it as a new site. Does it meet the hardship? And I think it does meet the hardship. But the whole subsequent analysis with regards to the floor plan and other things and the neighborhood character, I think that it should be okay because you already have 2-story, 4-story apartment buildings along Avenue V and along 14th. Even though you have few remains of the bungalows, those bungalows are also being built. So I think this area is changing. So I'm not that worried about having to retain a 1-story bungalow because the zoning district allows more than that. What I am concerned about is then that takes me to E finding, and part of the neighborhood character is where should that front yard waiver be? Should it be if we were to grant some amount of waiver, should it be along Avenue V or should it be along 14th? And what are so we need to then see the front yard depth studies along both of these street frontages. And the side yard study, I think, which the applicant has provided, and it shows that there really isn't any side yard in any one of these. So, you could almost sacrifice a little bit of the side yard to provide a little bit more of the front yard than that is shown in the plans, because right now the proposal shows 0 front yard on Avenue V and some 6-foot wide front yard on on 14th or vice versa. But I think in this case, and also providing a 4-foot wide side yard. I think given that this area does not have much side yard, I'm willing to sacrifice, I think it would be okay for the building to shift inward and provide a front yard, if not the full depth of 10 foot, but at least some depth of front yard, at least 7 foot, which is what I noticed from one of the studies. I think they did provide a front yard study that had a 7-foot wide consistent front yard depth along, I forget which avenue. On East 14th Street, less than 10 foot, ranging 7 to 9 feet, and Avenue V, also less than 10 foot wide, front yard ranging in 6 to 8. So I think I was talking about more of Avenue V, trying to provide maybe less than 10 foot, but something in the range of 6 to 8 feet to be more consistent with the build character along that frontage, because that is the longer frontage compared to the frontage that is on 14th. And then the question becomes, what is the minimum? Vice Chair Shabeta, you smiled at what I said, so.
Well, I smiled at the part where you said the question becomes, because I have a lot of questions. I don't, okay, so is the site unique? Yes, I believe the site is unique. And that's where my analysis has to end, because I don't have enough information to know if is this a building? Did that wall move? I don't think it's very economic for us to have possible alternate theories of what our comments should be.
I think if the wall moved, then whole DOB of filing is moot. It's a new construction.
It's a new I agree with you entirely. And it might be a new construction now anyway, because I'm not sure if that's considered a building or we need a lot more information. And I'm going to reserve my comments until I get, until the applicant can explain to us what the actual status is, and hopefully your comments can provide some ideas for him on how to move forward.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta,
It's out of line.
I think can we wait? Can it wait until your turn?
No, because you took Commissioner Yoon before him, didn't you?
I just showed photos.
That was the photo.
Photos. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
So,
Commissioner Ali Brown, if it's possible, Vice Chair Sheta, can you just move your microphone towards Commissioner Ali Brown?
So the way in which I approach this lot, it is, to me, there is a unique hardship, whether or not the building is actually still standing or not. If the building is standing and they're contemplating an enlargement, to me, the second story having to comply with both the front and side yard requirements would mean that the second story would be only 10 feet wide and would not even line up with what's going on the first story. So that would require a lot of interior switching around, renovation, refitting and reformulating that first floor to even enable like a staircase that extends up to that second floor. So that would be problematic. If the building is not there, I agree with the chair, this should be considered a vacant lot. And then to me, the hardship extends to both the first and the second floor being only 10 feet wide, which is infeasible for a home. And so therefore, I feel like the argument of whether or not the pre-existing building is still standing is not a discussion that's going to rule them out of the game. It's more of a discussion as to how they should approach making their arguments to us. But I'm definitely open to those arguments. That being said, my only question has to do with an issue that's kind of associated with the last issue that the chair spoke about, which was what is the minimal variance in terms of yards? And so one way in which you can figure that out is to talk about perhaps the range in building widths on 20-foot wide corner lots. And you can use that as a guide to how wide you want to allow this building to be, which in turn will dictate what your side and front yards are on the short side or the width of the lot side. And I think that you can compensate for any reduction in building width by perhaps an extension in depth of a couple of feet, because you do have the second side yard is going to be 45 feet long, which is way larger than what's actually required here. So if you wanted to make the building a little narrower, you can pick up some square footage in depth and still not increase the intensity of the waivers that we're granting, because your second side yard is so incredibly long and so much larger than it has to be. So I'm open to any way they want to make their arguments, is basically what I'm saying.
I'm glad you mentioned that. And this is the first time I did not read through my notes. And that was one of the other thought I was thinking of, is looking at the width of the lots and the width depth of the buildings within that. But the side yard study and the front yard study that they have shown clearly shows that all of these building widths are much bigger, much wider than what would be permitted as of right on this site. So it's really shifting the building in a way, and agree that making it a little bit longer if possible, which, while maintaining a 20-foot rear yard you can still get that and provide, if you want to have, like, zero lot line is not allowed here, but if you want to provide a narrower side yard and a little wider front yard, and because the building typology is also very significantly, you have semi-detached, you have detached, you have attached, you have multifamily, so you have all kinds of, so there is not a uniform typology in this entire neighborhood, except along that block front, you have a concentration of bungalows, that's it. But then you have semi-detached, and this building happens to share a frontage where one portion is semi-detached and the other portion is bungalows, and across the street is attached. So, and then multifamily. So it really can take elements from it, but what is the uniform element? And I do think there is front yard everywhere that is provided. So we really, I cannot therefore close my eyes and say, okay, you don't have to provide for a front yard. There has to be some, the question of where and how much. So thank you. Yes. Commissioner Shetag, your turn.
Thank you, Chair. I do believe that the site is unique and qualifies for a grant. However, one of my questions, my opening question actually was the existing building knocked down or not? We need to get this piece of information. However, I don't think it's going to affect our conversation with the applicant significantly, whether there is an existing building or, and you wanna, unless you wanna go the other route, the special permit route, I don't think the existence of the building, whether it's there or not, it's gonna impact our, like, the way we're gonna look at this case. So I do believe that what the applicant needs to do is just clean up the submission, give us some like additional information on the existing building. And then I believe we can be ready to move this case forward.
Okay, so you said you think even they could go for 73,622 if it's an existing building?
If it's an existing building, I am not sure because I'm not sure about that like whether the building, it's gonna depend on the information that they're gonna give us. If they can prove that what is existing now qualifies for a description as a building per the zoning resolution, it's their call. But at the end of the day, even if they fail to prove that there is an existing building, I'm mindful that this is a variance, it's not a special permit. If they elect to go with a special permit, and I don't think they want to do that, then they have the burden of proving that there is an existing building on site. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. As far as the 73,622, in the statement of facts, it said that it couldn't go forward with a 73,622 because of asking for a front yard variance. And so it seems like what I've heard today is that because if it's an existing building, let's just, for the sake of this discussion, if it's an existing building, the existing noncompliance could then be, even for a front yard, would then be permitted to be extended up to the second floor? Because they're
No,
I see.
so.
Because they're
if-
asking for the front yard waiver, they cannot be a 73,622.
And I think that is the argument that was not clearly brought out, which Commissioner Otley Brown stated. So if the existing building stayed where it is, the bungalow building, let's say, and the bungalow building has zero front yard on one of the street frontage, and it has 6-foot frontage on another street, along another street. If that building were to be vertically enlarged, the second floor has to then comply with the underlying regulations of
Right.
the front yard along. So then you end up having a 10-foot
Right.
floor plate.
Yeah.
Which, then.
Which I thought they did describe in their statement of facts.
Right.
Because I was confused, of course, the same reaction, why this isn't a 73,622. And to me, it seemed satisfactory, but everyone, we should just let them discuss it for the benefit of everyone else on the board. I, similar to Commissioner Otley Brown, felt like in either case, whether it's existing or not, it wouldn't impact the uniqueness. I also found it to be a pretty minimal ask and thought that the size of the building and the second floor was comparable to other projects, but would be interested in seeing the comparison to other 25-foot wide corner lots with existing buildings.
Mhm.
So the main thing that made me really want to go to this site is the way the building has been filed and the sort of secrecy of whether the building existed or not, why it was filed as an Alt 2, why it was filed as a 2-story building when it was clearly a 1-story bungalow, should obviously be an Alt 1. All of the filings and the records from DOB seem very sketchy is I guess the best word for it. And so I wanted to see for myself whether it still existed, and was surprised to find that it did still exist. But again, I generally think that the ask is minimal and that it is worthy of a variance.
Well, thank you. Yes, Executive Director Costanza.
Yes, Madam Chair, I think just to piggyback a little bit on Commissioner Yoon's comment, we do need clarity as to whether this is existing or new construction. I think for purposes of if the board were to render a decision on this for clarity in the resolution, without us opining on it.
Yes, just to iterate what Vice Chair Shibeta said, we need a baseline. And the baseline is either a vacant site or an existing one-story where the wall has not shifted.
I think realistically, and I think that's their benefit. But
Yes, but I just don't believe that the determination should be coming from us.
Yeah.
That's for the Department of Buildings or the applicant to work with.
Yeah, determination should be coming from the applicant with supporting documents from DOB.
Anything else?
No,
None? This concludes the public review session for July 25th, 2023.
okay, so we are at 11:30 mark. Should we give applicant 15 minutes to gather their team together? So 11:45, we shall resume.
11:45?
11:45, we shall resume. We'll give the applicant 15 minutes to gather their team.
so.
Okay, we're gonna take a break, ladies and gentlemen, for 15 minutes and resume at 11:45.
Okay, we are live.
Good afternoon. We're back on the, sorry, good morning. We're still good morning. We're back on the record. Board of Standards and Appeals Public Hearing for July 25th, 2023. Mhm. Let me call the first case, appeals calendar. Jelly, you can put the photo up though. You Put the photo up. That doesn't matter, I guess. All right, let me call the appeals calendar. Continued hearing item 2022-45A, 155 Skillman Street, Brooklyn. Thank you, Jella. Sorry. That's why people know it's a public hearing. Okay, Ms. Landsman? Someone let me. There you go.
Raise your hand.
Yeah, your hands are up. Please join as panelists. I'm not a host, so I can't do anything.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record and proceed. We're not swearing in, right?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Alexia Landisman from Sheldon LaBelle PC on behalf of the applicant. I've attended the executive session and there were no additional comments. So I would just like to thank the board for, making this such a, easy and quick case. My clients are going to be very, very happy to get this project finished finally. So if that's all, I was hoping we can close today.
That would be one of the ideas. But we have to go to the public.
Chair, could you please speak on the mic? We can't hear you.
Oh, all right. Yes, we would be considering closing, but before that, we have to give public the chance to speak.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2022-45A, 155 Skillman Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to join in the discussion, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number as 847-789-1212 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss the application.
Is there any opportunity to put this for decision in August?
I'm thinking about that too.
Melissa.
I can see your clock.
Can you see my clock from here?
No,
See,
no.
that's it on the, I gotta be on the camera. I just realized that I was on the camera. I just want the mic to pick it up.
I
There we
think-
go. Ugh.
All right.
I'm so loud.
All right, no submissions are required on this one. I want to make a motion to close.
Chair Sharma,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. And I would like to schedule this for decision in August.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you. And
you.
I really want to thank you and your team for putting together the information that we requested. So when the applicants respond to our questions and it makes the process a lot faster and quicker,
I appreciate that.
easier. Yes, thank you.
Okay, next item, zoning calendar, continued hearing items, 2021-14BZ, 2010 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. This is Mr. Rampula and Mr. Williams.
Kevin Williams. Is it both Rampulas, Phil and Peter?
I don't see Peter unless he's in the other room. It's Philip. They might be in the room together. Mr. Brimpool, join as panelists, please. Kevin, Mr. Williams. There we go. There's the crew. Mr. Williams, is that all of your people, Mr. Rapula?
That is myself, Peter Rampula, and the owner, Mr. Baranka.
Uh, Can you spell the owner, last name?
Barranca. And Kevin Williams has joined also.
Okay. Baran.
If I may, we attended the review.
First, we need to be
Rapula,
sworn
I
in.
have to swear you in. Forgot, huh? Okay, sorry. Just give me one moment. Okay. Raise your right hand, everyone. Peter, thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to commissioners' comments.
Philip Rampula, we attended the review session, and I'm going to lead in, and most of the responses will come from Mr. Williams. But the chair had asked about the roadway improvements, and Pete, if you can bring that up. Who makes them and when? So we discussed this with DOT, and the roadway improvements will be shown on our builder's pavement plan, our BPP. That's being worked on now, just to get ahead of the curve. And I brought up the Sam Schwartz drawing to show that we're not only going to show what's on our frontage in front of our zoning lot, but we're also going to show the improvements on the other side of the street. We cannot get our new building application approved only in the borough of Staten Island. You have to have your BPP approved before they'll approve the new building application with DOB. So we anticipate that once our concrete contractor is on the site preparing for the foundation of the building, he will also start the roadway work on the opposite side of the street on Victory Boulevard. Our BPP work is going to be a bit of a stutter step in that he'll do the work on the other side of the street, but he's not going to do the work on our side of the street until we make our utility connections. And that's for obvious construction sequencing reasons. The other one that I was going to address was when Chase brought up about the bank and the filing with the DOB. I think I put in writing one of the other times that the bank has left the deal. The bank is no longer involved with this piece. You can see from that application that the DOB, it's just sitting there. There has been no action on it. That site plan, you can take that down, Pete. That site plan that council brought up is antiquated and is not going to be built or improved as shown. The owner, Mr. Baranka, yes, he does control both sites. And when we were setting this up, in order to ensure that Starbucks had a good way to get in, we created the easement on his own piece of property for obvious reasons. Lessees change, owners may change in the future, but we wanted to memorialize that the easement was on file and was for the benefit of the Starbucks site. It's not an unusual condition to set up. Commissioner, who asked for this, the sound attenuation?
Can I go back to the question? So if the commercial operation, the bank operation is no longer being carried forth, anticipating some future use that will be using it, how did the trip generation analysis, how was that formulated? What was it based on? Typical commercial use?
Kevin?
Chair Kevin Williams, GZA Geo-Environmental. Yes, we assumed a commercial building, even though, traditionally under city environmental quality review, if there's no building departments filed on the site, it's not considered a soft site. However, understanding this is a busy corridor, vacant lot, we assumed a commercial building would be placed there which actually have higher overlapping regular volumes throughout the day than a bank, which has, a lot of, Saturday, Friday peak hours, and then it's relatively latent. So we felt that was a conservative and likely appropriate use. And we had also supplied the trip generation and assignment to DOT, and just referencing Commissioner Sabetta's question about responses to the comments, the hours that we were analyzing, plus the trip generation and assignment was sent to DOT for concurrence that we received, I think 2 weeks ago on that. So that was part of the preliminary model that we supplied to DOT with that no action project, as it's referred to.
Okay, so DOT is reviewing those trip gen.
No, I mean, they responded to our comments with no comments on the trip generation or assignment. We received comments in response to our comments, so my assumption is that that is accepted. We are waiting for that because the tremendous cost of this, we wanted to make sure we got that back before we updated the traffic model, which is very extensive and costly. So, but yeah, we responded to all of DOT's previous comments quite a while back related to the trip generation assignment. We reconfigured that to be more conservative and then based our new analysis off of that and the geometric realignment with the left-hand turn as Mr. Rampulla showed in the drawing. And I can discuss that more, as well as some adjustment to some of the other factors. And I don't know if I could go ahead and go into if you had any other additional, that seems to be a segue.
That's fine. If need be, I'll jump back in, Kevin.
Yeah, we can discuss Commissioner Shetta's question to sort of bifurcate the noise study from the physical site plan when I get to that. So Commissioner, what I actually covered kind of what I was going to preamble. Like, first of all, I want to apologize to the board for the delay in the submittals. It's been a very, very difficult project, as both Tracy and Jella know. They were on extensive negotiations for multiple months, trying to come to a communion with the borough DOT commissioner's office and all of the folks at DOT and traffic engineering and operations. And we achieved a resolution that in terms of the geometric alignment on the roadway, that I not only think helps to resolve their concerns about backup queue formation coming through one of the roadways in the left turn on Wheeler, and I can kind of show you that plan, but also allows a new through lane on this section of Victory Boulevard that DOT desperately wanted. And we believe will greatly improve the ambient traffic operations as well as support the Starbucks at this location. And obviously we had to wait for those negotiations to complete before updating our traffic materials. And then we needed those final resolution of comments that we received back 2 weeks ago. So having said that, what I'd like to start off with, I missed the very early portion. I think YouTube wasn't working and I logged in a few minutes late to this session, but I believe there's a discussion on the trip generation first. And if I that's kind of the basis of everything that we do. And, it's fairly complicated. It's like a stack of data. So I'll try to go simply and straightforwardly. Let me share my screen if I may. Okay, so our work here was based on a survey of 1717 Richmond Road, a comparably sized Starbucks. It's about 25% larger, and per Department of Transportation parlance, we basically adjust the monitor data in the field to the size of the Starbucks. This is traditional amongst all land uses. And what the data shows initially, and this is the total trip generation is pedestrian and vehicular, and it's primarily vehicular here. So, and then we apply what's called the pass-by trip. And as folks who are familiar with going to Starbucks are aware, a lot of times it's not a devoted trip. You're not going out of your way. It's on your way to work, or it's on the path to church in the morning. And it's very, very common. People don't generally go well out of their way on their journey to work or their reverse journey to work to go to a fast food restaurant or a drive-through. So generally it's about 50%. And we surveyed patrons at this location, and it identified that 54% of those on the weekend and 51% of those on the weekday, actually 25% on the weekend, which is a standard DOT factor, and approximately 50% during weekday AM, midday, and PM were already on the travel network. So the idea is they're not adding volumes to the traffic. It's not unique traffic volumes there, but they are operationally, all of these trip generations do go into the drive-through queue. So the idea is we analyze the ambient traffic and the impact outside of the Starbucks itself and evaluate unique trips that are put through the network to adjust signal timing and that sort of thing if warranted. In terms of the inside of the site, we look at the total volumes entering into the site. And so based on that, the unique trips wind up being, a range from 83 to 105, because the linked trip on a Saturday is less than the weekday. And then from those, based on our observations, our camera data, we looked at how many of these trips are going through the drive-through, and then adjusted them based on the size of the Starbucks, which is approximately 2,000 square feet at Richmond Road. We're approximately 1,500 square feet here. And these become the volumes that we look in the queue analysis. So from that, so we pretty much have balanced AM, PM, inbounds and outs at all hours. I heard some characterization that there was an imbalance during these peaks. They're roughly 50-50 on all periods with some slight variations, but approximately 50-50.
Mr. Williams, has DOT agreed with your pass-by credits?
Yes, they have.
Okay.
So yes, they've agreed to 25% and 50% for weekdays. 25% are weekdays, 50% for weekdays. And then this is going to get a bit.
You mean 50% during the weekdays and 25% on weekends?
Yes, thank you for correcting. Appreciate it. So from there, and this is to go to the chair's question about spillover or backup, which is obviously the major issue here, right? So I'd like to first start with how we do a queuing analysis here. And give me one moment. Pull this up. So the first thing we did was, well, actually, sorry, I had one other. And are you seeing my screen with the Excel files?
Oh, no, we're still seeing
This is Excel.
the Victory Boulevard trip agreement.
Oh, got it. Hold on one second, because I shared the file directly.
It was an Excel file, though.
Yeah, I was sharing the file rather than the screen. So can you see this? With columns? Oh, hold on one second. All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what we did when you analyze a queue, and we basically took every single car for multiple days that went through the Starbucks queue. We evaluated the time it takes them to place their menu order and the time that it takes at the fulfillment window. And the controlling element here is the fulfillment window, right? That's generally where you have the longest time, making the drinks, getting everything delivered. And one of the things that we observed is, for the most part, the processing time is quite fast. People get a generic coffee, this, that, or the other. But the reason why you have queue spillback at Starbucks or any fast food restaurant for that matter is you have instances where the fulfillment time takes forever. And I'm sure we've all waited in a fast food line, with our kids and, a van's in front of you and it takes like 5 minutes and it's driving you crazy. That's what happens here. There are a lot of other fast food restaurants. Starbucks has not traditionally done this, that provide reservoir spaces where you, like McDonald's, where you have overflow, the order's taking a long time and people go and park in a spot. So one of the kind of hop ahead, one of the line busting techniques, as they're referred to, is to have some potential reservoir spaces. But basically, these all get inputted, all of these times, processing times and average, develop what's called a service rate, or the number of vehicles you can process over a finite period of time. That gets input into this spreadsheet, which is a DOT requirement to do what's called a 95% Q analysis. And basically, 95% of the time, what is the maximum number of vehicles that can be stored in the reservoir area? And you basically plug in the number of vehicles that were observed that comes from that trip generation table. And here the peak number of vehicles was 49. And then from that, it identifies probabilities of overflows. And so here, what this is showing is that we could potentially have an issue. I have another one that's even further adjusted. So this is like a worst case scenario that we're looking at. Hold on a second. There's some different, there's a different spreadsheet here that I want to show you.
So based on this, you would need 9 reservoir spaces?
No, that's, sorry, that was the wrong spreadsheet and the wrong one that I submitted. Sorry, I have a bunch of these open. All right. This is the proper one. Sorry, I'm having some input problems. So it's actually 41 vehicles, not, so let me go to this. So without any line busting techniques. Sorry, I have way too many things open.
Maybe we don't need the chart. Can you just talk?
Yeah, so I'll walk you through it. So yeah, I'm in the course of different spreadsheets getting edited. Let me go back to this other one and explain just as a visual reference. There. Okay, so
It's not up yet, Kev.
oh, am I not sharing?
No.
All right, sorry. I don't know why that fell off. Give me 1 second.
It happens sometimes. You can close the share screen and then reopen it again.
Yeah, I think we see something else. We see text.
It's a Word file.
Yeah, it's the response to comments.
Yeah, that's my crib sheet. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay,
No,
all right.
see this, meaning.
The Excel spreadsheet.
No, it's not the Excel.
No, we
spreadsheet.
don't see the spreadsheet. I would say you need to
Oh.
remove that.
I got it. Sorry.
Now go back and share.
Many monitors here. All right. Okay, so you can see this now, right?
Yes, it's a chart.
Yes. Okay, so 41 vehicles is the peak throughput that was identified. What happens?
Is this is from the trip generation?
Yes.
41?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically at 95%, we're seeing a peak of 12 vehicles that would occur. And then it shows the probability of that happening. And that's at the peak rate. The average vehicle storage length of 8 vehicles now, but we're seeing 95 percentile queues of 12. So what do we do about this, right? We have, so the tactics here in terms of responding to this queue impact are, there are several. So the first is Mr. Rampula has provided 13 reservoir spaces. And I know there are concerns about that blocking through traffic and that sort of thing. And actually the design should not actually block traffic in an completely unmitigated situation, basically 1.5%, there's a possibility or probability. Having said all of that, the tactics that we're talking about beyond extending the queue length are primarily two. First is this notion of having reservoir spaces, where overflow cars that are taking more than 100 seconds to have their order fulfilled are placed into the overflow parking, which I discussed earlier on this spreadsheet. And as you can see, in terms of the times, and look at the fulfillment window, because that is the controlling factor in the queue ultimately. So 7:30 to 7:45 a.m., we had 2 instances. It takes about 5 minutes probably to get your order fulfilled. But by the time that comes, 7:40 to 8, generally during peak hours, what we identified is for every 15 or 20 minute period, we would have a few of these really long orders. And basically on our mathematical analysis, 2 spaces, you could accommodate these, then another 15-minute segment, these will be available. And then you have another 2 at 8:15 to 8:30. And it sort of follows that pattern, by basically every 15 to 30 minute interval, there's about 1 for every 15-minute interval. And so when you change the average to 100 seconds, you wind up getting a line busting summary, and I'll show this. So let me go back to this 41, where now we do have an 8 queue length, but the available queue vehicle storage, and it's actually 13. So this is an old one. We wind up having a 95th percentile of 6 vehicles in the queue because we're removing those laggards that take more time in the queue. And then you can see we only have a 0.1% chance of having a 13-car queue based off of the surveyed volumes in the area. And of course, DOT will have to concur with this. They had questions on this, but we had discussed a bunch of other tactics, and it's literally that simple. By placing some reservoir spaces, and then the backup to that is nowadays point of sale systems used at Starbucks have predictive analytics. So as you go through and place your order in the drive-through menu, based on past orders that's linked to the service time in their computerized system, they're able to identify compositions of orders and how long they will take to fulfill. So the idea is and if folks have been in the back office of where the sausage is made at whether it's a Starbucks or a McDonald's or whatever, there's a clock that's on the wall that shows the estimated process on the most modern ones, the processing time and the time to fulfill the order. In this case, during very busy periods, they would have predictive analytics that would allow them to surge staff, would allow them to move cars that are predicted to have their orders exceed 100 seconds to move to these reservoir spaces in advance, saving even more delay times. And even if there are reservoir spaces already available that are monitored, you could actually shift even more cars and lower the demand. But at a most basic level, without any of the technology, simply providing 2 spaces, and when they hit the 100-second count, they get moved, allows us to manage the queue. Now, Commissioner Otley Brown also mentioned, what about the
Mr. Williams, Vice Chair Shibata has a question.
Yes.
So after they're directed to the reservoir space, how do they get their coffee?
Yes.
So how are they going to get their coffee after they're sent to the reservoir?
It would be like at a McDonald's. There would be staff would go and take it into the field and bring them their order. Yeah. And it's the same analog to that is Commissioner Otley Brown's question, she's noted that, there's pre-ordering, so a lot of regulars, go to Starbucks every morning to pick up their coffee. And Starbucks does that at many of their locations. And that reduces the processing time significantly because their pre-orders are ready and made. And even if they have to get in the queue to pick up their coffee, it's faster than going in line and into the store. But the most important tactic that's done as a line busting measure is point of sale tablets in the field. And so we observed a Starbucks on Page Avenue that had really bad problems sort of shortly after COVID was at its peak. They had not enough staff members on site. They were experiencing queue link formation of some 20 cars because they only had 4 staff when the normal staffing in the morning is 10. And what we observed was when staff went into the field and took orders with point of sale tablets, took their payments, that reduced processing time immediately. And you can actually see it in the results that we collected. The Starbucks we surveyed, however, is much more comparable in size and is comparable in terms of operations, and it was fully staffed. And obviously that's something that Starbucks has to commit to. So that's the queuing process, and those are kind of the tactics. And what I wanted to do is just distill this down to the simplest tactic to reduce queue formation, which is providing a little bit of additional reservoir space, and 2 overflow spaces where cars can be directed if they exceed that 100-second processing time at the fulfillment window. So that kind of addresses some of the traffic. If you want me to move on to noise, or if you want to follow up with questions on queue spillback and internal circulation, I'm happy to discuss.
Right, Mr. Williams removed that document that's on the.
Yes.
Now, yeah, I don't think you want to see.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, my question, I mean, I appreciate you clarifying the need for the additional queuing space and the overflow space. I think my concern still remains, how would then the circulation within the site operate? As you mentioned, it's, you know, it's almost a 50-50 split of vehicles entering from Wheeler and Victory. And if 50% of the vehicles.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. This is much smaller portion on Wheeler. I actually mistook what you were saying, Chair. So you were talking about, there absolutely are fewer entries and exits on Wheeler. It's approximately 10% of the total volumes, 15% of the total volumes. And we readjusted that based on DOT's comments. They preferred to see more traffic through that, even though the site is laid out in such a way as Victory Boulevard is sort of the preferred egress. So I just wanted to clarify that, Chair, that it's not evenly split between the 2 entries.
Well, I'm just basing it off the trip generation report that was submitted, and I was just looking at the, I think I quoted the trip gen report that I was using for that analysis. This is the trip gen data that was submitted on 2023-6/20, and in that it showed that the total project generated vehicular trip during AM, there will be 41 vehicles entering and 71 exiting from the Victory Boulevard, and the 45, and there will be from Wheeler Avenue 45 entering and 8 exiting.
Yeah, so that has been revised.
Okay, so that I'm just going by, and you said this has been revised because DOT wanted it to be reduced. My question is that the reality, or I mean, was it?
Well, you know, reality is in the eye of the beholder with such things. I think, in fact, here, Victory Boulevard is certainly going to be much more heavily accessed in terms of an entry point, just because of the logistics. Having said that, there are folks that will be, and maybe it's easier.
So assuming that there will be less vehicles entering from Wheeler and more from Victory, then the way the circulation is right now, the end of the queue is more towards the entrance of Wheeler Avenue. So a vehicle approaching from Victory will have to traverse through the parking area, and then we'll have to merge into the queuing of 13 vehicles, probably where the reservoir number 10 car is there. So how is that being addressed diagrammatically? Because then the plan has to change. The plan right now shows only one queuing lane coming from Wheeler. And if you're projecting a significantly larger volume, more than 50% volume coming from Victory, that queuing area, it's going to be in the way of those vehicles that are going to park who may have ordered ahead and they're just going to wait, or they're going to come and pick it up quickly, all various iterations. Isn't that going to cause like a movement issue?
So I understand the comment now. So at worst case, in approximately 5% with no line busting techniques, in the most peak hour periods, there is a possibility that we would reach 13 cars in the queue. With the line busting techniques, it's shown that the queue would, then that's simply the 2 reservoir spaces, that we would not exceed at 99% more than 10 vehicles, and that at 95% we would have 6 vehicles. So I think this is simply a gesture to indicate that there is additional reservoir. But as you note, if we've come to this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars, and there are vehicles coming up here and there's spillback, then yes, there would be congestion here. And as a part of that, this is why we deploy the point of sale tablets, is that at, and prior to 10 cars, at 9, I think it wise to deploy field personnel to make sure. So we have a series of steps here. First of all is just deploying the standard practice 100-second move to reservoir space. The second is deploy point of sale tablets into the field if there's a potential to exceed 10 cars during any period of the day. The third is if there's additional spillback, at least there's a few spaces on site and we're not spilling back into the adjacent roads. The final tactic here is if the site does become complicated, we've indicated this, our proposal, we would deploy field personnel to deny entry into the site. And that is at 0.1% chance, under the worst case conditions. So the idea is that there are several steps here that they commit to. And at the end of the day, Starbucks is committed to not having any spillback, and it's in their best operational interest to have the Starbucks perform optimally. But say for instance, that you do have, cars backing up here that are coming, that you have a conflict, and there's 2 here and there's 2 here, which would mean we have 14 cars in the queue. I don't see additional traffic, additional traffic coming into the site about that, but that is an operational issue. And that would have to be deployed by in-person personnel. But I basically, on what is a very conservative analysis. We didn't.
Mr. Williams, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
There are 2 things that needs to happen. You need to lay out an operational plan, laying out at what point, what are the various
steps.
line busting
This is in the traffic
going to
study.
be, triggered.
Yes,
Okay, so you need to provide that.
yes, step by step.
Diagrammatically, I think I would feel more comfortable if diagrammatically you can show that there is a queuing area or a stop sign or something which clearly says that's where you're going
The
to
limit.
with the vehicle, with those vehicles that are entering from Wheeler. Because way I'm looking at it, it's like, am I going all the way, making a right turn,
Right.
then a U-turn to get into the queue?
Yeah. Yeah, and there is a narrative and accompanying graphics in the previous submission, but I will make it very clear, step by step, at what point, how many cars in the queue. I'll cross-reference it to a diagram that matches that. That's something that the board, if they're looking for a resolution, can make the applicant commit to, and is very clear as a set of measures in case, and to basically prevent, as you indicate, interior site and exterior site problems.
Commissioner Sheta had his hand. Commissioner Sheta?
2 things. Number 1, did DOT look at the queuing analysis and they blessed it?
They did. So, I mean, I still have to do a resubmission. Their question on that was, because there are a lot of pieces in the step, going from the original data to our forecasted number of cars through the queue. They wanted to understand how I got from the observed 53 to 41. And it's very simple, just based on their direction, that we scale the size of the Starbucks, which is how the ITE manual and general trip generation does. You evaluate the volumes of traffic based on the size of the facility generally and the constraints that come with it. And so what we did is we took the demand that was observed over all weekends and weekdays associated with the drive-through, and we scaled it 75%. But even with unscaling it, with line busing techniques, we passed the 95% queue. So anyway, in my response to comments is a very clear step-by-step description of where those numbers are pulled from, how the mathematics are done, and they didn't have any questions on how the math was done. You know, it's just the data that goes into it. They wanted us to back it up, and that is in my response to comments.
I have to say, when I'm looking at this plan, and if operationally the idea is more vehicles to enter from Victory. but
Yes.
there isn't any line diagram or anything that says queuing starts here for you to get into the space, but you see this other queuing lane visibly shown on the plan. I think over time, people may think, well, maybe I should use the Wheeler entry to get in. So my suggestion would be maybe you show the queuing from Victory as the primary and the Wheeler as a secondary. Right now, the plan shows Wheeler as primary and Victory is secondary.
Yeah, it's just, that's really just Mr. Rampula's attempt to show that there is extra on-site capacity.
But I think the extra
But I
on-site,
hear what you're saying, of course.
yeah, I think the
Yeah.
extra on-site capacity should be more like you turn it around and show that extra on-site capacity on the Victory Boulevard and have a separate lane showing the queuing. Now that's going to conflict with all the vehicles that are waiting. That's the
Right.
problem you need to resolve. But I think diagrammatically it is confusing and bothersome. And if you're going to lay out the parking space and queuing and striping it that way, it's going to confuse those. And in future, that will become the way for people to come and not.
Understood.
Okay, so we'll do that with line painting, Chair.
Right, but you also then need to worry about how the conflict of the vehicle maneuverability is going to happen from the parking and your queuing. That's the
Correct.
second
Well,
task.
and I would just say this, it's merely illustrative. The requirement is a 10-car reservoir. And really, our intent is never to get to those 3 additional cars. So I don't even think it's wise to even perhaps show those, because it's kind of gilding your thoughts here about whether that's legitimate reservoir space or not. The requirement is for 10 cars. We need to keep it under 10 cars. And I would say at worst case condition, Phil, that we show a car, on the area past the parking. So you legitimately have, a little bit of wiggle room here in both ways and still be able to get passed through. But the requirement is for 10 cars. Everything else beyond that are sort of like tactics to handle events that would strain that reservoir area.
And I'm assuming any vehicles that are going to exit from that future commercial use will not have to go through the Starbucks parking area. They could exit from their property.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Right.
Or do they even have to use that easement, or they would have their own separate curb cut? Is
It
that,
depends. Quite honestly, Chair, it depends on the user.
okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
think
wanna-
basically this was based on the bank, which is gone. So it'd probably be much more simplified access, but Phil is absolutely right. That it depends.
Did Commissioner Sheta have his hands up?
Yeah,
Yes, I still have my hand up. I just want to share the concern that you raised, Chair. I feel like the traffic flow configuration is inconsistent with the site design configuration. It's kind of like during the queuing analysis, you're assuming that whatever is going to be in is going to be in from the entrance, the main entrance for the
Right.
queuing, which is on Wheeler, while actually the fact is you're talking about just 15% coming from Wheeler and 85% coming from the other side. I have concerns regarding conflict between the parking and the cars entering from Victory. This is one thing, and I do feel like the design of the site need to be tweaked to accommodate the demand, the actual demand, I would say. The actual demand is not, the majority is coming from Wheeler, and just 15 or 20% is coming from Victory. It's the opposite. So it's up to you. It's your site at the end of the day, but that's what I feel. I feel like the site configuration is inconsistent with the traffic flow configuration to the site, in and out.
Yep. Yes, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I just want to add that if it is your desire to have Victory Boulevard be your primary entry into the drive-through, I think that without somehow cutting off the access to Wheeler, I feel like drivers will take the easiest path for them
Yes.
through a site, and they will come to learn after
Yeah.
some time that I'm not going through Victory where people could be pulling out into the drive aisle as I'm driving. I'm just gonna swing around and go on Wheeler and come at the drive straight on.
And I would say, Commissioner Otley Brown, that that's a very astute observation, because I think the configuration is very balanced, actually, in reality, and I think this is just a drafting anomaly that is disturbing folks here, because I think eventually, over time, the locals that go here every day will take the route of least resistance. And for those folks that are coming from the intersection of Bradley, which connects to the expressway, you know, as they're approaching in an eastbound direction on Victory Boulevard, they're going to have an opportunity to make a right turn on Wheeler or go forward and go on to Victory. About 50% of the travel volume is coming in that direction, and they will make a choice of whether to make that right turn, and that will be based on ambient traffic that's in that southbound travel lane, which is a travel lane that's closest to the project site, and then the northbound is on the other side. And so you based on the idiosyncrasies of the ambient traffic and how they shift, you know, in the AM and the PM, people are going to access the site in a ultimately a more balanced way. But the intent, because most of the traffic generation is on Victory Boulevard, I think originally that's how people are going to enter in the site. But over time, I do believe you're going to have a more balanced entry and exit. And that's why, you know, forecasting the travel trips and sort of micro assignments are very, very difficult to make judgments on. But that I agree.
I mean, I was with Commissioner Otley Brown till the path of least resistance, and people will take Wheeler, but I do not agree, and at least I'm not convinced yet about the balanced, because sometimes we become creature of our own habits, and once we see that Wheeler is a better way to go, we will do that most of the time, because we are going to work at the same time, and we are returning from work at the same time, or Saturday morning, I'm getting up at the same time and going there. And so my path is going to be very similar. Occasional changes that may happen may be more occasional based on that anomaly that happens at that time. But by and large, the patterns, I mean, that gets analyzed by DOT, and what you analyze is a typical. So if the typical is going to result in more vehicles coming from Victory Boulevard, but the access from Wheeler is more of a least resistant access, people will end up taking that. So I think theoretical exercise and the practical exercise are far apart on this particular side. And so while, you know, what you laid out is what I think is going to happen, is not what you're projecting. And therefore I'm please let me finish. Therefore, I'm concerned about the trip assignment that has been given, where more trip is being assigned to Victory and less to Wheeler. And instead of that, we'll end up seeing more on Wheeler, and that being a residential street, this adds to my other set of concerns. So there is actually a series of little pieces that when you put them all together, it raises different sets of issues across the site.
Okay, so I think I might put you at ease because I think I misinterpreted.
Kevin, before you do that.
Yeah.
Should Tracy speak to DOT about the trip assignments, Chair? Because it was based on their direction.
No, Phil, please, follow up that question after I finish, because the distribution of trips is much more even. Okay, I'm, just pulling these up.
When you say distribution is much more even, is
I-
it 50-50 or is it 80-20?
No, so here's an example, and I'm sorry, because as you can see, the amount of data here is overwhelming. Okay, so I just already having problems, but let's take this. Sunday AM, total primary
Looking
vehicle
at what
trips.
you're looking at, I think.
You haven't changed the screen.
Oh, sorry. Sorry,
While he's doing that, I mean, there is a commercial driveway directly across from where this is going to be. And I
Yes.
feel I'm just gonna interject my opinion. I'm less concerned about the traffic going into the site from Wheeler than I am about the traffic leaving from Wheeler, from the site onto Wheeler, because it's one way towards the residences.
yeah.
Just as a reminder of the context, because there's a driveway of the commercial parking lot directly across from where the driveway will be on Wheeler.
So I think if I note, at least based on the trip assignment, it seems very few vehicles are going to exit onto Wheeler. It's like. less-
Because the exit is oriented toward Victory. And so let me discuss a couple of these idiosyncrasies. So one of the first aspects is, Chair, I agree with you and Commissioner Otley Brown that for those people that arrive to the site every day as a part of their routine, they're going to find the path of least resistance. For the 50% that are not pass by linked, where this is a unique trip to the site based on the surveyed data, those people are going to see that primary entry off of Victory Boulevard, and they're going to enter there until they develop a routine, most likely a percentage. Having said all of that, the actual trips in terms of the assignment are showing 28 inbound, 11 outbound in the Sunday AM. So that's 39 versus 70. So it's more, so 41 plus 26, 67. So it's more of a 40-60, 35%, 65% ratio. And then if we look at some other time periods here, so Saturday midday, 28 outbound, 19 inbound to Victory Boulevard, 20 inbound, 8 outbound on Wheeler. So that's 28 versus 47. So it's not a 10 or 15%. It's more of a 40-60 or 35-65 split in general. So, and yes, this is, DOT looked at this, where the routes to, back to the highway are, and that while they're, and if you see, like the inbound trips, look, 20, and this goes exactly to Commissioner Yoon's point, 20 inbounds on Wheeler, 19 inbounds, 50-50 split. Outbound favors Victory because the drive-through, right, as we've all seen, it's easier to circulate outbound here rather than circulating back through the site and out. So I mean, I'm sorry for the confusion, but I think that logic is comports a little bit more with the layout of the site plan and with your considerations. And this balance you will see favoring inbound 24. So during the AM period, it's a little bit heavier, but also about a half of the trips would be going outbound. So we do have a relatively modest amount of traffic that's going on that one-way Wheeler, but the inbound trips are much more balanced in time periods. So Phil, if you wanted to follow up regarding to that, and obviously Commissioner Chanda, this is something that Tracy can note to DOT.
Yeah, I mean, that is the crux of the findings, so we do need to nail that down. And make sure that the general.
Chair, I agree with you, and I think since it's going to be close to a 50-50 split, we should do some lines on the ground for directing people who may or may not come in off of Victory. I have to switch computers right now, so I'm just going to jump in my other room. I'm going to leave this hearing and go in the other room and start up. I
Okay.
apologize.
So yes, I mean, I think in, all things considered, just the layout and how, the routes to school or the routes to work, both reverse and the journey to work. The model is, was retweaked based on travel directions and that sort of thing and comments from DOT previously. But we'll make sure, Tracy, follow up with that idiosyncratic point. But I do believe that we're, certainly during certain drive times, whether journey to work on the way home or journey to on the way work, that's going to, rebalance the flows. And you can see that sort of reflected in the ins and outs differences between a Sunday and a weekday PM and a weekday AM. But it's not as dramatic as I characterized it earlier. I apologize for that.
Sorry, so since you haven't submitted your revised analysis yet, can you add that discussion or concern and response to at least the cover letter when we send it?
I will try to describe in the cover letter the logic behind that assignment, and that at the request of the board, that DOT review that logic and that it comports with their understanding of fast food operations in this particular local circumstance. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. If it may please the board, if you'd like me to just discuss the noise.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I think the noise one is much easier to handle. It can be done physically by providing more greening, providing more attenuation. Only thing is that as I was looking at the graphics and the tables, I just found inconsistency.
Yeah, so Phil's document is actually, and I'm sure he'll acknowledge it, it's based on another project. We provided a noise study per the standards of the BSA that assumes an AV system, an automatic volume control system that's present at all Starbucks. And if I may just briefly, so then there's two parts of this, because this takes care of the speaker, and that's what's in the code. But in terms of the findings, we want to make sure we don't disturb the residents. That's where the existing wall and the STC acoustic fence comes in. But if I may address this, I want to just describe first, and this, we'll move very quickly through this. So the first thing to note are the requirements. So based on a correspondence with New York City DEP, BSA's impact criteria for eating and drinking drive-through establishments are that for existing ambient noise levels below 45, the noise impacts at any receptor, including the property line, should not result in an absolute noise level exceeding 45 decibels, or an incremental impact exceeding 3 decibels or 5 decibels, respectively, for nighttime and daytime. For ambient noise levels at or above 45 decibels, which we have here, BSA requires no noise impact result in any exceedance over the ambient noise levels at any receptors, including any residential property line. So I know that some of that's a little confusing. I can explain the context very quickly. So what we did is we collected ambient data for multiple days and for the weekend. So weekday and weekend, 24 hours at the site. The operating period, it runs basically 7 to 7 p.m. or thereabouts. So taking that data, we use the white paper that was supplied by BSA that identifies the noise characteristics of these speaker systems. Okay, and so when we plug this in, the idea is that automatic volume control automatically reads the ambient noise level in the field, and then at 1 feet adds 15 decibels to the speaker so you can hear over the ambient volume. And then they have identified that at certain distances that are shown here. So this is a decibel level of a standard system with 45 decibels of outside noise without AVC. At 1 feet, it's 84 feet. At 2 feet, it's 78. This system, 60 feet, 60 decibels. So if it's 45 decibels ambient, you add 15 to it at 1 feet, you get 60. At 2 feet, it decays because we're using mid ranges. It's not highs or lows. It's in the ambient, like the mids of the sound spectrum, and there's decay. And we've talked about this before. There is an algorithm, doubling of distance from the power sound noise, basically reduces 3 decibels every double distance from the measured location. So this is kind of meant to measure that, but this comes from an abstract that was provided by the BSA. At 4 feet, that would be 48 decibels. It would decay from 60 down to 48, down to 42, down to 36 at 16 feet. So given this as a background, this is weekday sound levels as a result of the speaker system that will be deployed. So in our readings, the lowest level was 48.5, and that was at like 4 o'clock in the morning. The AM peak was 52.5 ambient, and this is at the lot line where the residence is at. So it's right there. We're taking it the rear of the building, rear of the lot, 54.5 at the midday peak. And so remember, we're taking the ambient and adding 15 decibels to it. So at 52.5 at 1 foot, right when you're at the mic, it's going to be 67.5. At the midday peak, adding 15 decibels, it's going to be 69.5. By the time we get to 16 feet, and remember the guidance, if you're below the ambient at the point of the sensitive receptor, there's no impact based on DSA's guidance. And so our receptor is at 12.5 feet, or 3 decibels during evening times, 5 decibels over during daytime. So the idea is if you have an ambient of 52.5, we can't show 57.5 at the nearest residence. So at 8 feet, 4 feet short of where that nearest residence, and remember, we have a wall and we have a fence there, it's going to be 53.5, 1 decibel above, which is below the 5 decibel standard. But additional 4 feet, I can assure you, and the math isn't provided here by the guidance from BSA, but we're actually going to be below that AM peak ambient.
Plus,
And
like, plus the acoustic fence and the wall.
yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah,
But that's not
exactly.
calculating, this is without the calculation of the acoustic fence.
None of it.
Correct.
Ah,
None of it.
okay,
Open.
that wasn't clear from the chart. Okay.
Yeah, and so if that makes sense, and then the weekdays the same. This is in the document that's been with you guys for a while. Now, the reason why we put, we have a wall, which is already providing some attenuation. We have a 28 STC fence we're putting on top of that. Plus, Phil has designed this landscaped area, and it's kind of comports with what Commissioner Otley Brown was stating is, can you wrap this around the edge? And we do, right? So at the point of the closest receptor, which is in that corner of the site, and let's just go to there. Here, we have a receptor up, I think right up here, and that's basically 12.5 feet away. This is the highest depth, and you're basically going to have 16 feet of wall there, as well as the sound levels propagated. But we're not just concerned about the speaker, right? We're concerned about the sound of cars. We're concerned about people talking. We're concerned about people that might have music, coming. So that's why Phil has designed these extra measures to protect from the adjacent residential. So if there's any further questions on that, please let me know.
So then, and the reason these questions are being asked by the commission is because the graphics provided is not at all clear.
Correct.
Or the acoustic
Well, correct.
goes and the height of it. And that's why I asked for
Yeah.
the sections also, especially from the Wheeler Avenue portion, because it wasn't clear how high it would be. So those need to be very detailed and clearly stated in the graphics itself, not just in the statement of facts.
Got it.
Yeah, and I just want to
And-
clarify.
Sorry, Commissioner Shetta, just one thing. And Commissioner Otley Brown had talked about staggering the planting so that you end up creating 2 rows of staggered planting. So you one creates dense buffering. And that needs to be considered not just along the Wheeler Avenue entryway drive-through, but also continuing to the rest of the portion of the landscaping, and the landscaping needs to get denser, and you need to provide details of the kind of foliage that is being proposed and the depth of the soil. All of those information also needs to be provided, very detailed.
That's fine.
You don't want to widen the planting beds to have.
The widening, I think the planting bed would need to be widened if you're going to have 2 rows of arborvitae. Right now, along Wheeler, one will not be adequate for that. You would need to widen it. And I don't know what the proposed width is because that's not shown in the graphics.
With
No,
that,
it is shown on the graphics. We're showing 5 feet, which I believe, if 5 feet 2 inches on drawing 2 of 8 along the Wheeler entrance, Wheeler Avenue entrance.
Okay, I see it. It just wasn't very clear where that 5 foot was representing. Okay.
I'll make sure that the planting bed is a minimum of 5 feet off the retaining wall.
Is 5 feet enough? Or is that-
For double, I'm not the landscape person. I think your in-house landscape person should be able to tell you how much you need
Yes,
depth to allow for 2 rows of arborvitae.
I'll make sure if I have to pull it out a little bit, I do have a little bit more room, I could do it.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Chair?
Sorry, Commissioner Sheta.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to clarify like some statements. Number one, the landscaping is not being considered by us as an element contributing to sound mitigation. I just want to make this clear, but of course it helps. This is one thing. The other thing is you didn't actually have to go over that analysis from the beginning to the end like you did. What I said is just separate the sound analysis on a separate plans. That's what we needed. I wasn't skeptical. I was not skeptical that what you did
Yeah,
is gonna put the site for good. Sound
Yeah.
mitigation.
I understand. You know, I think there were some questions from some other commissioners. I just wanted to walk through that. And I understand, Commissioner Sheta, you understand the sound, you know, you've handled these issues, and I didn't mean to counter your impressions. I understand.
Appreciate it. That white paper is not provided by us. It's provided by the manufacturer. And
Right.
in order for you to adapt it in your analysis, you need to use the same equipment that's manufactured by the manufacturer who provided this white paper. Finally, you indicated that every doubling distance, the sound decibels reduced by 3 dBAs. It's actually by 6 dBAs. And actually that's what you did in your analysis. I looked at the numbers and I believe the differences were 6 dBAs. I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
A lot of numbers running through my head.
Understood. I know,
Commissioner
I can see that.
Yeah, that's complicated.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner. May I, Chair, may I ask, beg of the board one request? I see that Chief Daly is on the call here, and we had a comment from DOT about how they would handle fighting fires here. And we have provided auto turns showing, you know, fire truck going into the site, but obviously it's tortured movement. And my understanding is that, you know, FDNY would stage their firefighting from the curb at a location like this. And so I just wanted to see Chief Daly, if you would, you know, concur with that, if you had any thoughts or concerns about accessibility of fire trucks to the site.
Yes, Mr. Williams, the fire department would only stage in the street. I know we had an application a few years ago where they thought we would go in the back of a preschool. That's never the case. We were always staging out in the street closest to the hydrant. And so we would never go on the site. I mean, they could be rush hour at Starbucks. And I know they'll be upset if we interrupt them. So,
well, I thank you very much, because we had to try very tortured diagrams, and I stated to DOT, this is not the way FDNY would. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it so that I'm not, you know, just posturing on something here. So
Yeah,
thank you so
and
much.
I just want to, for the record, I want to make sure, Chief Daly, you have seen the site plan, you're familiar with it, and based on that, you're making you're stating that the same thing would apply here.
sorry, Madam Chair, your hands are blocking your mouth.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, what I wanted to say is that you have seen this plan and your statement is based on what you're familiar with this site plan? You're familiar?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I've been going to Staten Island every Friday for the past 3 months. So I'm familiar with Victory Boulevard. And again, yes, the fire department would be staging out on the public street, and it's safer for us. Plus the engines are tapping into the fire hydrant, bringing the water to the truck. And if we're using ladder operations, the truck is bringing the water to the ladder to overspray on the top of the building. so we would never stage on the site. It's not safe for us. And another reason is, I know, Court Street we had where, we're trying to stay out of the collapse zone. So that's why we're always staging in the public street. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the clarification, helpful. All right, so I think we had questions regarding the noise. We had questions regarding traffic and the landscaping you've responded to. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, yes, you want to see lighting on the site?
Yes, lighting, yes. Yes. So I
And
think,
I'm sorry, additional signage within the site about radio playing. And an answer to, well, I'm just hitting what's got to be on the plans, but I will formulate an answer to the parking by construction vehicles that was brought up by the community board.
right, and I think with regards to the lighting, since you have such high retaining wall, I'm hoping that your light fixtures are not going to be even taller than that retaining wall.
No.
Is above, because it should be lower than the height of the fences, and that way you almost would eliminate any possibility of any spillage.
Understood.
To the two residential, and I think it will be unsightly otherwise if you had really tall light posts.
I agree with you 100%.
Great, thank you. That was one major confirmation I needed, yes. So you know what are the other changes you would need to do. Any other questions, anything that we left out from the discussion? And this was a very helpful discussion. I realized that the traffic analysis is a moving target. And, but I still feel that this is something DOT needs to look at. So especially the trip assignment and how the, based on the unique and the pass by, where you think would be the most amount of entry points would be for this site, and how the configuration of the queuing should be done accordingly. I know in another Starbucks case, DOT was very, very particular about how the queuing had to be, and with lots of conditions thrown in. So I'm and they were very particular about how the configuration of the turnaround had to be done in a way where it
One in a couple minutes, I'll jump in.
within the site. So I do want them to look at it, because this is a complicated site and it will have a very large impact, even after all these improvements that you're going to take at that intersection of Victory and Wheeler.
Thank you.
I think it is worth the effort for DOT to look into it and advise. They are the expert agency on this one. Yeah, okay. If there aren't any comments, I want to open the floor for the public.
Chair, just for the sound mitigation, Mr. Williams, please include on the sections, the location of the menu board, and show us in the vertical section that at the top of the fence, that the sound level is coming back to the ambient level. So not just, don't look at it just below the fence top, but even at the top, we want to make sure that what's going to be crossing to the adjacent residential is not going to exceed the ambient.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
That graphic needs to change. It's very confusing.
Yes.
That we have in the plan. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2021-14BZ, 2010 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. Should you wish to join in the discussion, please dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number, excuse me, which is 888-475-4499. At the first prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 847-789-1212 and a pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
All right. What is the time frame? Because I know you have to get a lot of reviews from DOT. I am less concerned about having this to be escalated to DEP. Now that I have the clarification that that particular table was done without all the Akusta fence. And I think that clarification needs to be included in that report, that with the Akusta fence, what that analysis would be, sound level would be, and reflected in the plan. And so I don't think this needs to go to DEP, but DOT is the largest outstanding body that needs to review this. And so where are we on that and how long will it take? Ms. Benke, Mr. Williams, you can tell me what is the time frame projected, realistic time frame.
Yeah, Chair, my instincts on this are that the 30 to 45 days of review. I think since we have all the models together and everything, even if there are changes to the chip generation and assignment, that we'll be able to respond quickly. Obviously, we don't want to be in a scenario where I'm doing all-nighters again. So having said that, I would like to have, I think there's a hearing date, the first one in September, or sorry, yes, September. I think it's middle of September after our break. So I'm thinking a month and a half. We'll get our submission in today or tomorrow with all the notes and comments. And then basically we're looking at 30 to 45 days with deference to DOT and 2 weeks to respond to comments so that we can come into our hearing in good shape, where the board has confidence and that their comments have been addressed. So that runs about 2 months.
Right. I would add few more weeks to it, partly because it's the Labor Day weekend that's going to come about. Then there are holidays, people go away. So and summer and college and everything. So I just want to put into October, just to give everybody enough time at DOT end to review, give comments, and for you to respond back. And then hopefully DOT would have, and then you can reflect those changes on the plans. I'm hoping the comments that DOT will provide on this would be almost a conclusionary, but I cannot assume that. But I'm hoping. And if so, at least then you need to reflect all of those in your plans. And also what I would suggest when you do submit it, and this, we will put this in for October.
Which one
I
first?
would say the second half of October.
So that's
This will give you plenty, this will give you 2 months. This will give you 2 months to complete the review and give, and come to us. I think, what is the submission date for the October 2nd one?
the October 2nd, 3rd, it was September 14th is the submission.
I think that would be a little too quick, whereas the later one?
The October 30, 31 would be October 12th.
So that will give you a solid 2 months to go back and forth, get everything lined up. And then October, last hearing in October would maybe, I think would be better, because otherwise you're looking for a September submission, midweek September submission. And I don't think you will get all the responses in from DOT and everything by that time frame.
Understood, Chair. I concur. That's fine.
Okay. And this gives you, Mr. Rampul, a lot of time to get all the drawings. We need more drawings, more detail, and more sections, and all of those things need to be incorporated. And with that, please submit the builder's pavement plan, even though if it's a draft one, so that we have it in our file. And also provide the timeline of when the builder's pavement plan is going to be processed and approved, because those are going to be factored into our conditions.
Very good.
All right. Thank you. Did we do?
Thank you, members of the BSA. for
Thank you very much.
patience
Thank you
and
Very much.
listening through that. Take care.
Have a good summer.
You too.
Congratulations again, Grandpa.
Thank you very
You
much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. This edge of Rampulus only makes girls, so this is. Have a good one, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, enjoy.
2022, 32.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
I think we are past the 1 o'clock time zone. We have
1:11,
not
yes.
we have not eaten at all. So I don't want my commissioners to fade. So let's round it to 1:15, and from there another 30 minutes.
So
that will take
1:45
us
will
to
return.
1:45.
So we're, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break, a lunch break, and we will return at 1:45. Thank you.
We are live.
Okay, good afternoon. We are back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for July 25th, 2023. We are at the zoning calendar, continued hearing items 2022-32BZ 474 Oakdale Street, Staten Island.
This would be Mr. Dale.
Mr. Dale. Oh, I'm not a host. I keep forgetting. Something that Mr. Dale in. Please join as panelist, Mr. Dale. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you by yourself, sir?
I am.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, or to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm.
Please state your name and proceed with responses to the commissioner's comments at review session.
Todd Dale for the applicant. We attended review session and it did not appear there were any comments.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you for the submission. I think the Actinometric was very helpful in
Great.
clarifying the matter. Are there any questions for Mr. Dale? Okay, everybody's saying no. Let's then go to the public.
The case that we are currently discussing is 2022-32BZ 474 Oakdale Street, Staten Island. Should you wish to participate in this discussion, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 847-789-1212 and the pound sign. At the following prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. If you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you're in, you will be given 3 minutes in which to participate.
Okay. Once the clock runs out, I'm going to make a recommendation that we close the matter. I don't know if we can schedule this for August, but definitely September.
Understood. Thank you.
Oops.
Yes, motion to close, sorry.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
New cases, 2023-08BZ 68 South First Street, Brooklyn.
Who would this be?
Me, Fayam Betan
Yeah.
and Richard Lobel. Joining as panelists,
And is Esther
Whittle,
Judelson also part of the same team?
don't know, we'll see when Ms. Betan gets
The-
on.
How do you allow to talk or change to panelists, right?
Yeah.
And who is Jorge Fontan?
I-
Also part of this
Might
team?
be the part of the team.
Okay.
I don't recognize.
This is for Miss,
I apologize.
yeah, Miss Batam needs to.
Ms. Betan, join us panelists, please. Mr. Lobel,
Is Mr. Okay.
Fayan, oh, hi. Can you unmute, Fayan?
Hi, I think Richard was also trying to.
Yeah, I just,
Okay,
did that.
just-
Is Esther Judelson?
Yes,
They're
she's
also,
looking, and George Fontan is also.
okay,
Thank you.
Yeah.
all right, done.
Okay, so, can everyone please unmute and raise your right hand? Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC, here representing Esther. Joining me is Fan Baton from my office and George Fontaine from, who's the project architect. We listened to the board's comments at the executive session. We were happy that the board largely found that the applicant merits a variance at the site. So I think that there were some minor issues to discuss and then one larger issue. The minor issues, we understand that there were issues with regards to the height of the bulkhead. We acknowledge that and will correct that on resubmission. We understand also that there were some inconsistencies with regards to calculations that set forth in the plans, statement of facts, etc. And we will make those changes in accordance with comments at the session. You know, with regards to the mezzanine, I think George is going to speak momentarily with regards to calculations of the mezzanine. It may be that we actually did not include certain square footages in our calculations that the board thought that were included. So George can address that far more easily than I can. So largely the issue that was remaining was with regards to the E finding, lesser finding, but one nonetheless, which requires that the applicant, that the board not grant the minimum variance necessary to afford the applicant relief. So, you know, we're pleased that the board is accepting of the evidence, ample evidence with regards to the small and shallow nature of the lot. And so we're left with, well, you know, what is the variance really here, which you know, which would merit approval by the board, but would not do harm to the E finding. I think that the board was correct in terms of our burden to do a little bit more work with regards to the neighborhood character here, go a little bit more in depth with regards to square footages of buildings in the area. And through that, I think we would come back to the board and better establish the E finding here to the extent that after that review, internally, we felt that modifications to the E finding were necessary. More specifically, a change in the square footage of the building, we would do so. But having said that, and because we have such a fairly direct application in terms of many of the other findings, we would basically reapproach the board with that resubmission and come back with those tighter calculations. So with that, if the board
Just,
please.
sorry, before we go to the architect, with regards to the roof plan, I also, it's not just the analysis, but also a roof plan needs to be submitted with
Sure.
dimension, and needs to be reflected in the elevations and sections. I do think just in terms of, because it's such a thin, you know, the face of it is so thin, as it is, I would want to see some modification to the bulkhead in some ways where it's not adding to the visual height. And axonometric would be very helpful in this, because I know we are looking at just the elevation, so axonometric would be helpful and if there's a way to put it in a bird's eye view of what this whole building looks like, that also. These are things that will only help your argument with regards to the neighborhood context. I'm not saying that will sell the idea to me, but I'm just saying help you make your argument. What was the other thing? Because I think the stair, it's, as I'm looking at the graphics, it seems it's going I'm just looking at your rendering. It seems it's going not only beyond, it's going above the roof to the level above the roof. So that is adding to the additional stair bulkhead. I'm just looking at the rendering that's on page T100. And that's not needed. It can be brought down. You can have an external staircase to go to the roof on top, like the duck roof stair. That's called, I think, the duck head or something like that.
Understood, Chair. I'm actually happy at the getting the board's discretion am I able to introduce George who can discuss some of these issues?
But can I ask a question about,
Sure.
before we get to the architect? Is that all right
Sure.
there? I just want to know the date that it was demolished. Not that I think that it's going to be a self-created because you have an exceptionally small and shallow lot. I just want to know for my edification. Was it under a prior owner's control? Was it before the city owned the property?
We have to double check our records. I just remember looking at the tax map in the 40s, it was there, in the 80s, it wasn't there, but we'll dig a little deeper and to look into that.
Thank you.
If it helps, the tax photos show that there was a building there until about 1941, and by 1947, the photo shows it vacant, but that's based on my notes of the tax photos that they provided.
And I can also double check the Sanborn map. It'll show, I believe.
Yeah, the Sanborn map was a little confusing, as I said, when I was looking at it, after the building was demolished, it seemed like it was merged with lot 9 and became an L-shaped lot, and it stayed like that pretty much all the way till 2000 or something. So and the deed search or the title search that you have done seems to indicate otherwise. It seems it has remained as a separate zoning lot and it was under city ownership. So you should look into that and just provide a clarification in your next submission.
Understood.
Thank you. And thank you.
So may we introduce George Fontaine?
Yes.
Okay. George, would you be able to address some of the board's issues, particularly I think starting on the mezzanines and moving from there?
Sure. So one thing we just wanted to clarify on the mezzanine level, the back portion is open on 3 sides, so it's not part of the FAR calculation. It's just the stairs and the landing there on the mezzanine level. On the bulkhead question, we'll provide, as you said, an extra view to clarify the bulkhead, but we had a few different design options on that, so we have another one that we're gonna resubmit that, and it'll be some modifications there, but we'll add an additional bird's eye view. We could also do a view from the street to clarify that it's not going to be visible because it's quite far back on the roof. So we'll add those drawings. And then of course there was some other.
But I think it is, but it's also beyond the permitted height. That is the other thing. So if you are going to go beyond the permitted height, that's an additional waiver and needs a DOB objection, and you need to justify it. If it's not, I don't think it's quite justifiable. If I'm looking at the rendering, which shows 2 sets, another stair run leading to the roof of the bulkhead, I will be not so inclined to want that. We have to be very careful about precedent. So I'm not quite there.
100%. Yeah, we're going to revise that. So we have another option where at a lower height. So we'll go with the alternate bulkhead design. So it will be 100% as in the bulkhead.
You will revise the.
Yeah, we're going to revise it, and the proposed bulkhead will in the next submission will be as of right.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll have a design, and we'll add the views that you asked for, the 3D view, and maybe a view from the street to illustrate that.
Okay.
Were there any other questions that you wanted me to respond to now?
No, and when you are submitting the permitted obstruction for the rooftop, I mean, show the roof plan and all the permitted obstruction, just kind of show the calculations that you are within the permitted obstruction. You meet the findings of permit.
We'll be within the actual building height. The current building height is not counting the bulkhead, is to the base heights. So we still have the additional 10 feet to get to the building height. So we won't need a permitted obstruction for the roof, but we'll show that on the zoning calculations and the section drawings. We'll illustrate those.
Yes. Go ahead. So let's talk about the mezzanine.
Yes. So like I said, the mezzanine, the back portion of the mezzanine is all open on 3 sides, so that's not FAR. Just the only FAR was about 200 square feet, which counts, the stairs and landings are counted, and they have a little powder room there.
Well, why do you need the mezzanine? That's my question. Why
yeah.
can't the stair just take you to the bedroom?
Okay, so their lot is quite shallow. So if you had, for example, a townhouse or a brownstone with a rear yard, we often add a little deck on the back of existing townhouses and brownstones, and then you have a stair down to the backyard. So you have a backyard. So the idea is that the mezzanine operates like that. For somebody who had a rear yard, they could have a little terrace with an outside space right off of the parlor floor, which is what we commonly add to existing houses. And you have kind of this outside little deck and then a rear yard. So the mezzanine was meant to to add that to the house, right? So you have a little outdoor space. So the mezzanine, the way we're thinking of it is as it's part of the parlor level with the kitchen and the living room, right? So you can go up there and you have a little outside space that's directly linked to the kitchen level.
So, and why can't the powder room be located in the on the ground floor? I'm sorry, either at the entrance on the ground floor, or where the kitchen and the dining area is, and this elevator can take you straight to that rooftop with the door opening onto why such an elaborate staircase and then that little overhang and then onto the thing?
Sure. So
the terrace, I meant.
Right, we would still need a landing there no matter what. If we were going to do it, if you're saying to reduce the square footage, we would still need a landing because the stairs are going to go up there. So we would need stairs and an elevator if it's accessible. So no matter what, there's a landing. As far as the powder room, the idea was, to keep the main floor as
But it
open.
seems a large part of this whole circulation is because you're trying to have a vertical stair run from the living room to the mezzanine, and then there's it's a more of an interchange from a linear staircase to a U-shaped staircase that will take you to the bedroom. And that's really why this mezzanine space, it seems to be wanted. And in return, you're also getting a terrace. But you could do away with, you could have just a circular staircase that takes you straight to that enclosed terrace area. And the elevator also provides a direct entrance to that elevated area. And you can do away with whatever is remaining of that.
It would, yeah. So no matter what, it would still take up floor area because you would need a landing there. So if the elevator goes up, you have a landing for the elevator. You need a stair. You need a means of egress. So you have a landing. So the landing that we're calling it a mezzanine. If it was a little smaller, it would just be a landing. So the difference didn't seem so great, right? So that was the idea. And then by putting the powder room there, it leaves the lower level open was the idea.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Isn't it really, you need a landing there because of the high ceiling height of the living room that you're insisting on? That's almost double height.
Yeah, so if we have a terrace by code, we need a means of egress, and obviously functionally, you need a way to access it. And because we're doing a high ceiling, all the heights of the building are as of right. The only variance we're asking for is a floor area variance, not building height variance. So we're taking advantage of that for the double height ceiling. So no matter what, you wouldn't go up that full height with one stair. Also, we have the stair changes because when you get upstairs, you have the back a home office in the back, and then the bedrooms in the front. So it's layout wise to take advantage of the windows in the front. We rotate the stairs 90 degrees. So no matter what, we would need a landing, right? So that landing is going to take up FAR because we have to count circulation counts for floor area, right? So we would have some amount of square footage no matter what taken up there. So we're just enlarging it a little bit to accommodate.
Right, but to me, it really is a question of not the height, which you say is as of right, but it's a question of the bulkiness of the building and the extra floor area. And I think that the addition of the double height ceiling in the living room and the extra stair turn and your terrace in the back, it just gives the building a look of extra bulk.
Yeah.
Which is exacerbated by all of the floor area you're asking for. And so I think my question is more a challenge to why you need a mezzanine floor and a double height ceiling in the living room and all of the extra floor area. I'm wondering if maybe there should be a little give on the part of the applicants that either you're gonna go for the double height ceiling but less floor area, or you're gonna try and maximize your floor area in as small an envelope as possible, so it doesn't look extremely bulky.
And I would go one step further, like I'm looking at the sections. The ground floor is 9 foot, so maybe you can reduce the height a little bit of the ground floor because it's a garage. And then your instead of having the mezzanine, you just bring the second floor down and I don't, and maybe instead of a 9 foot floor to ceiling height on the ground floor, like typical parlor floor in the, right, tend to be 12 foot high or something like that. So a 12 foot high parlor may not require such an enormous amount of stair run. Here you're looking at a living room space that is nearly 17 foot high. Whereas, as opposed to if you make it 12 or so, your stair run can be contained within that U-shaped stair run rather than splitting it up into two. And then you not only get a generous amount of floor to ceiling height for your parlor floor in old fashioned language, and then you eliminate the need for that extra landing and all of that space.
I just want to jump in and say the first floor is 9 feet floor to floor, not floor to ceiling. So
Oh.
when you consider the actual
Okay.
floor package, it's not
So-
that,
Okay.
it's a
so leave-
pretty short floor.
Got it. So if that's the case, you leave that as is and then try to just make the your first floor, your living room, make it what you want from a design point of view. I mean, right now here also it seems floor to floor of your second floor, which is the living room, is 9 feet. And the floor to floor of the mezzanine is then 7 feet. So maybe you don't need that. You don't need that 16 foot, reduce it, and there your stair run would be less. And your building height comes down a little bit. And you don't have to have so many staircases running through, and you put your powder room either in the entry foyer, right on the ground floor. Or you lose that staircase, so you have a space for the powder room now.
So,
Or tuck it under that powder room, that U-shaped staircase that would lead upstairs, you can put a powder room underneath that.
I think, just to reiterate, we appreciate the board's helpful suggestions in terms of potentially reducing the floor area. I think, George, we've got some design options that we can look at. First and foremost, as an applicant, we need to meet our findings. So we first and foremost are going to come back to the board with confirmation on whether or not, from an existing square footage standpoint, which again, of course, is the only waiver we're asking for, whether or not we meet that, whether or not it's helpful for us in terms of our application and the finding to reduce that. But I think all of these things are things we can take into account upon resubmission to the board. We already, as an applicant team, discussed some of this prior to the hearing just internally. So, George, do you kind of have some ideas here? Are there any other specific questions that you would have to ask the board?
No, I have to review with the owner, of course, right? So, you know, it's their house, so we'd have to discuss with them. But, you know, I just wanted to emphasize the whole point of that was to kind of give them a sense of a rear yard where they don't have one because of the shallow lot. That was kind of the whole point of having that terrace.
Well, you
Well,
know,
we'll talk with
all fairness, this is an R6 district. There are not that many single-family homes here. These are mostly apartment buildings without even any access to their roof or even to a rear yard, except probably the units that are on the ground floor to some extent. So, I mean, this building gets the luxury of having its own roof, which is going to be open to sky, unobstructed, and free access to it. And you can even provide some balconies if need be in the front on the top floor. So I'm not sure that is going to make a living, you know, I'm not quite sold on that. I'm sorry. I understand the narrowness, and typically you're trying to replicate a 20 by 100-foot lot and saying, hey, had I done this, I would have had a rear yard, but you get that nice rooftop. And this is an R6 district. So you don't have single family homes here. So that's the context also. Unfortunately, you have to make do with best. We recognize there's uniqueness. You do need some waivers, but I do believe your neighborhood study did provide an floor area analysis, and that's what I was looking at. And in the floor area analysis, again, short of the tables need to be revised, or maybe am I looking at something else before I say anything? Let me just look at-
You're right. Those are the comments, Chair, in the executive session, that we need to add districts onto our floor area study.
Right. So I'm looking at the floor area map, which is on page 15 of the study that was provided by our urban cartography. And in that, pretty much all the sites in this area, study area, very few of them go beyond 3,000. Most of them are in the 2,800 square foot. And these are lots that are a lot bigger than your site. So while we recognize this hardship and you cannot provide probably all of that floor area in a contained way, but 3,000 seems to be a little bit more. 3,100, whatever that number is. So that's really where I am coming from, and you do need to find a way to reduce that. And I'm not convinced about the need for a rear yard being replaced by a mezzanine enclosed terrace.
Okay, Chair, we appreciate it. We'll look to that, and there will be revisions upon the next submission.
Thanks.
Sorry, just really quickly, I just wanted to say one thing. First of all, I'm the applicant. Thank you very much for your time. I just wanted to say about the neighborhood that at least within our 600 feet, it's nearly all single or multifamily with rear yards. So we'll look through everything anyway, and we'll have a look and see at what all of the options are and what we can do to adjust, because we appreciate your comments on the bulkiness. But I just wanted to make that comment that at least, I don't know about all our sixes, I just know that within our area, it's nearly all townhomes, potentially with an extra apartment or two, but relatively mostly it's townhomes.
Townhomes or multifamily, which one?
It's a range of townhomes with between 1 and 4 family, but there are a lot of 1 and 2 families as well in the area. We have the list, but we can submit that when we go back and submit.
Sure, please do.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Want to go to the public? All right. Any other questions or comments for the applicant's team? And we really do appreciate you all coming and explaining the matter. And we don't want to design it. We're just kind of giving you ideas and ways to address it and the concern where it's coming from. So please factor those in. It's a good design team, it seems, from what you have submitted. So be creative and impress us. Let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2023-08 BZ 68 South First Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to join in the discussion, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter at the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 847-789-1212 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you permit it in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak when you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes to which to discuss.
Okay. How much time will it take for your team to make all the provide additional information?
Yeah, Chair, when we discussed this internally, the consensus was that we'd be able to reply with a submission in 3 to 4 weeks.
That means you're trying to target September. May I suggest first week of October?
I'm just gonna consult with my applicant on the phone. Esther, does that seem reasonable?
All right. I mean, I guess my preference, but if it's that what you think that fits, then we can hold off.
Okay, so I think that works for us, and we'll be happy to come back and impress the board.
Okay, all right, good. So first hearing of October.
Can I
Thank
make?
you, Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Yoon.
Yeah,
Go
thank you.
ahead.
In response to the owner's statement about the 1 and 2 family homes, when you do look at the neighborhood character study, they're mostly multifamilies. There are a handful of 1 and 2 family homes on the block on the other side, but the FAR is considerably lower. So this is not really a helpful argument.
Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoon.
Okay. Yep. So be careful of the argument you use. Okay, thank you all. Good seeing you all. Happy summer.
Thanks to you as well.
Next case, item number 34, 2023, 10 DBZ, 2213 East 14th Street, Brooklyn. It's Elise Fullader. I don't know if Kendrick Lamb is one of the clients. Maybe the architect.
Hi, we should just have Kendrick Lamb. He's the architect.
Yeah.
There, yeah, I see him.
Yeah. This Ms. Sen, Ms. Planless. Okay, please unmute Mr. Lamb.
Hi.
Thank you. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes,
Please
I
state
do.
your- the record and proceed to respond to board comments.
Thank you so much, Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with Mr. Lamb, who is the architect. We really appreciate your comments. I'd first like to say that we understand that the DOB history is a little sketchy. Mr. Lamb did not file any of that. We just kind of took it from where we had it. And we thought about the condition. Apologies for the late submission on Friday. What we did submit was a survey, as Jella pointed out, from 2019. It does have a foundation with the 2 walls. And then we did a demo plan set. And then we did a streetscape and an owner's research item to show that the lot was owned separately and apart than the lots around it. So hopefully you can take a look at that. But we did talk for a while about your comments, and we do agree that this should probably be looked at as a vacant lot, and that would make a lot of sense. And Kendrick can speak on why he filed this to begin with like that. And then once we're in agreement that this should probably be looked at as a new build. Yes, we can't go for a 73-622 because of that, but also we couldn't go for it anyway because of the front yard condition, which Commissioner Yoon pointed out, and we can have a discussion with our maps about what would be appropriate on this lot. So Kendrick, I know that was a lot in one sweep, but you can explain why you filed this way and what you believe to be true on the law right now.
Okay. Yes, so with the building department application that we submitted, we had submitted as a enlargement initially due to the existing site conditions of having the existing foundation, the 4-wall foundation and 2 first floor exterior walls. Even though that it is submitted as a enlargement with DOB, it's considered an alteration CO in today's standards with DOB, but we have to meet new building requirements due to the excessive enlargement that we're proposing. And if we were to resubmit it as a new building, what has to happen first is a full demolition application to remove all the existing elements, including the walls, including the foundation, in order to submit a new building application. So that's generally why we submit it as an enlargement, because we still have to comply with any new building codes that will be associated with a new building application.
And if you're done alt CO, you wouldn't have had to comply with the new building code, or you still would have had to?
Oh, no, we still had to, due to that we're enlarging it by over 110%.
Ah, that's the number I was looking for, over 110%, okay.
So we agree with the board, and it should probably just be looked at as a vacant lot if you're agreeing. And I will update the statement of facts and all our materials to reflect that it is not workable anymore and it was being removed. The foundation and the 2 walls.
Yeah, I mean, I did look at during the break, I did look at the survey, and what's interesting in the survey, I see that there are 2 8-foot high brick walls running parallel along Avenue.
I'm gonna just do this. because
Avenue B. So it seemed like there was another interior wall that was being built that is also 8-foot high. Which was, I guess, was going to continue all the way to the back. I mean, it's partially built, so it was a little odd as to why, and I'm wondering if that's why DOB filed that stop work. But anyway, it's not for us to conjecture, it's what you have decided to do.
And I think because we don't really know the history, we just have, the survey and DOB record, whatever we have, it's easy, if you agree, because based on your comments that it's a new build, we'll.
Yep, I think that is the cleanest way, and you will have a tougher argument to this board, I think, if I can speak for the board, at least for me, it would be for you to justify why you need to retain the existing shell, and when it's not a shell, and why can't it be a new build, and all of those things. You're better off starting clean. And I think the board unanimously kind of agree that there is a hardship associated with this site, given this width and it being a corner lot.
Because as you pointed out, it would be a 10-foot wide home, no matter how you slice it or dice it.
Right. So now your question is where you place it, and that would be based on the neighborhood context.
So we wanted to share our front yard study, which you pointed out, to discuss what would be appropriate. So hopefully after this hearing, we can go back and redesign appropriately. So I'm sharing the front yard study. We also did a side yard study. But I think it's interesting to point out that the lot on the other side of the block has a 7-foot and a 2-foot front yard, if you see this one.
Yeah, I mean, you have 7-foot, pretty much consistently, you have 6 to 7 foot along Avenue V and 7 to 8 foot along 14th Street.
But I guess I'm looking at the other corner lots. They have 7-2, 0, 7-2.
And I think we discussed on the break that the front yards along Avenue V, right behind our site, the 6 feet, 7 feet, 7 feet, might not be entirely accurate, because we do have the survey that you did put up showed actually a 2 feet 2 inch front yard for at least the property behind us.
Okay, so I would say then go back and do your analysis thoroughly and show the corner lot study that would be needed. and also the typical widths of the building, which is, I think, a question that Commissioner Otley Brown had asked. What is the typical building width in this area? If that helps you in your argument as to why, therefore, you cannot provide the full width of this, or even some width of front or side yard.
Okay. And I guess once we show the typical widths, we can design similarly, but I guess I'm just asking if it would help to point out other corner lots and where they have.
I would say, just looking at what I'm seeing, even though there aren't that many corner lots that falling within your study area, because you have a huge playground.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
This apartment building, and the few that are there, I see that there is a 7-foot frontage along Avenue B on all the corner lots. And along East 14th Street, it reduces along those streets that are parallel to 14th Street, 14th, 15th, and 13th, they reduce to 2 feet. Now, I'm not sure that would, I do think you need the frontage on Avenue V because that is the longest frontage.
And I think we also, when we had our discussion, understood that.
Right, and then the question is, how much do you provide along East 14th Street? And that's a more of a neighborhood context. And I think you do need to provide some minimum amount. Because here you don't need to provide a 30-foot rear yard, you have to provide a 20-foot rear yard. So you have the luxury of extending a building back. So you can set back by that 7 foot that most of the buildings along 14th Street has.
And I think we're happy to provide that 7 feet if necessary.
But, so 10 foot is the requirement, right? And so the question is, try to balance out where you need to where you want to meet and where you need to make that change from that 10 foot. And get a reasonable footprint that will lay out a 1-family home. I mean, the benefit is you have a 1-family home, so you don't have to have your living room, dining room, bedroom, 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms all on 1 floor. So you can, you have somewhat of the luxury of having a somewhat of a shallower floor plate, but that's where your other assignment comes in. What is the typical floor plate width?
Okay.
I think 15, 16 should be pretty reasonable.
It is a pretty narrow row house.
15, 16 is a narrow row house.
Yes, that would be considered on the narrower side in my,
I mean,
18 tends to be where you get 18 to 22 is kind of a Brooklyn number. When you get lower than 18, at least in realtor speak, they tend to call those narrow.
But you also go by the location of the neighborhood, right? So in this
Sure.
neighborhood is predominantly the building width is in that range. Then you're going to be in an advantageous position if
It's true.
you're going to go
Yeah,
for a bigger width.
Typical versus what's contextual. I think
Right.
that's a balance that we're
Yeah.
discussing.
Okay.
As
I think we could. Yeah.
As Commissioner Otley Brown points you, you shouldn't be put in an advantageous position compared to your neighbors. So you need to shore up your arguments with everything that related to the context to make your argument work.
And I also think that, I mean, we definitely have to show more research on this, but you can see another, that it goes along with this is people don't really have much of side yards. I also had a side yard study, but it's not up, but you can see that people don't have. So, speaking on what Commissioner Yoon just said, we will show something comparable, but people use pretty much, the whole.
Yeah.
Um,
Right, so you have some room to play around. So you have to figure out how do you want to place this building and how it would address to its best possible extent the neighborhood context.
Okay. And then, yeah. Okay. So we need a.
It's very
study-
difficult for us to on the fly say we would want this combination of
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
combination. I think we need to see the plan and how it lays out for us to understand why
Yeah,
you're
fair.
asking for these waivers.
Yeah. Totally. And we have the different studies. We just kind of have to put them all together. We have a side yard study, a front yard study. Okay, stop sharing. Okay, Kendrick, do you have any other questions?
I guess just a follow-up of the character study of the buildings, kind of trying to figure out where our boundaries are in order to make, you know, a reasonable size building. I'm guessing we could probably take out everything that's a bungalow on that street, because we're trying to do a 2-story and those are all 1-story. So what we'll probably be looking at are mainly 2-story buildings in that area, contextually, right?
Okay.
We have a study we just submitted with other BSA approvals on that block. So maybe that's something we can, and they're 73,622 approvals. And we understand that because we're a corner lot, it's kind of, you know, we can't use that, but maybe we can look at those plans to see what comparable 73,622 homes got.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, because Kendrick, I can get you that information.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, any other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Sheta?
Oh, wait.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Yoon.
There was one comment on the drawings that the facade of the upper floor would be, and maybe this is moot because you'll be filing as a new building, but that the facade will be brick to match the existing, which confused me. And I'm sorry if this was covered, but it looks like it's siding. So why would it be brick to match the existing?
You're correct. That was probably a mistake. Sorry.
All right.
I guess it's going to change quite a bit now that you have a free hand.
Yeah, it's just things like that, though, that make one want to go to the site. Because the Google, you know, the street view shows a building with siding. And then the whole premise of the facade is based on a matching of an existing, which is completely different than what everything shows.
In glass half full terms, it actually was really good that you went to the site because I think you clarified it for everyone. So thank
You
you.
understand what I'm saying? This
Yeah.
reliance on something that is actually totally false makes it harder to, you know, you just end up digging a bit deeper.
Right. I think, yes, definitely the brick was the intention to be the proposed, because contextually, all the 2-story buildings around that neighborhood are brick. But yeah, that was supposed to be existing siding,
You're
wood
trying
siding.
to replicate those semi-detached homes along Avenue B, because those were mostly brick buildings, I'm assuming.
Yes, there is one detached, I believe, right behind us, and then the rest is semi-detached or semi-attached.
How long will it take for you to file the demolition permit and start the process?
The if we were to start today, the demolition application usually gets approved, I think, in a month period. But then the physical work is kind of up in the air, depends on the contractor's availability and how long it takes to remove everything.
Okay. All right. All right, let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2023-10-BZ, 2213 East 14th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to join in the discussion, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the first prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 847-789-1212. Press and the pound sign. At the second prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone to be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you are acknowledged, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How much time would you need to completely overhaul the application?
Kendrick, do you know how long you need for the plans? Because I would say I need like a week after that.
It takes us, I mean, we're pretty efficient to be honest. So 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
And then you need to do the studies. You need
Yeah.
to put all that information together. Can I say safely? I think this would be best if it's done first week of October. It will give you enough time to correct all the information and get all the data. to
Yep.
have- make your argument.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Okay? Oops.
I have no callers.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
and,
Thank you.
We'll see you in October.
Okay, bye.
Submission date is the 14th of September.
Right. Is that good enough? 14th of September is doable. If not, we can go to the second October,
End of October.
end of October hearing.
I'm good on my end, at least.
Yeah, no problem. I think we can do it, and when they reach out, the project manager, if we call the client and they need more time, I'll let them know immediately when they reach
Okay.
out.
Okay, so it would be one of the Octobers.
Understood.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, this concludes the public hearing for July 25th, 2023. Thank you all.
Thank you all. And we'll see you in August. Bye.
Magnifique.